Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the City of Waterloo Council meeting, Monday, June 28th, 2021 at 2-ish p.m. in the afternoon. Let us begin with a roll call, please, beginning with Ward 1.
Good afternoon. Councillor Hanmer present.
Councillor Bodley present.
Councillor Veith here, ready to go.
Councillor Freeman present.
Councillor Henry here.
Councillor Bonagoa present.
And the mayor's here as well. We would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we are broadcasting from today, and many of us are gathering on, is the land traditionally used by the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Neutral people. We also acknowledge the enduring presence and deep traditional knowledge and philosophies of the Indigenous people with whom we share their land today. Last week, an unmarked grave site in Saskatchewan was located with the remains of an estimated 751 Indigenous children and possibly adults on Coesus First Nation in southeast Saskatchewan. This is truly heartbreaking, and the pain and sorrow Indigenous peoples experience every time another site is located is unimaginable. It's a pain all Canadians should feel, as the loss of life is one too many, and the death of thousands of Indigenous people is a senseless tragedy. Sadly, we know many more sites are to be found. We must reconcile this shameful legacy, and as a City Council has committed to addressing recommendations in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. We owe this to the Indigenous community, and it's a must so that we can move forward together. We have lowered the flags at City facilities, and I now ask for a moment of silence to honor the lives that have been taken. Thank you. Let's take a moment of reflection. At the beginning of this council meeting, we pause to think about the needs of our community. May we show wisdom and compassion in all our decisions. I'd like to ask now for council for disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof. Hearing none, we'll move on to item 8 in the council agenda, which is approval of minutes from the May 31st, 2021 meeting. I'll just ask for any comments on the minutes. And hearing none, I'll look for Ward 1, Ward 2 to take us forward in the approval of the minutes, please.
Councillor Hanmer, I make the motion that we approve the minutes of the May 31st, 2021 meeting, and I vote in favor.
Councillor Bodley seconds the motion and votes in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonagoa in favour.
And the mayor's in favor too. That carries unanimously. Moving on, I will look to the clerk. We have 2 delegations registered who aren't here as yet, and hopefully they didn't think it was an evening meeting. But I'll just pause for a moment while we have the clerk double check our attendees list.
Thank you, Mayor. We will, sorry, we just had to adjust our volumes. I would recommend at this time that we skip the delegations on the agenda and we come back to them once we have been able to reach out to the individuals to confirm their attendance. And if needed, we can address that in the evening meeting.
Thank you very much. Moving on, we have a consent motion here with items A through K. I'll just look to council to see is there anybody who wants any item pulled from the consent motion. And I have an enthusiastic Councillor Veith who wishes to take her place in moving this consent motion. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. I would like to move the consent motion and vote in favor.
Thank you.
It's Councillor Freeman. I enthusiastically second the consent motion and vote in favor.
Continuing the pattern of supporting consent here, Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonago in favor.
Counselor Hanmer in favor.
Counselor Bodley in favor.
The mayor's in favor too. That passes unanimously. Items A through K. Glad to hear the enthusiasm from council at 2:09 p.m. We'll see if it's the same at 8:09 p.m. Moving on to item 12A, which is the 2020 consolidated financial statements with a presentation by Paul Hatinga. And we do have KPMG here as well. Over to you, Paul.
Thank you, Mayor. I see the presentation is up on the screen. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm pleased to present the 2020 audited statements for approval. And as you said, we have the Tom Mennel and Brendan Hall from KPMG who will say a few words after my presentation, and obviously open to questions at any point and after the presentation. Next slide, please. So our audited statements include, they're consolidated, so they include the Public Library Board and the Uptown BIA on a consolidated basis, and they also include Water North Hydro Holding Corporation on a modified equity basis. The auditors are prepared to issue their unqualified audit opinion, and we completed the audit 100% virtually again this year. Next slide, please. From a revenue point of view, as could be expected, our user fees did decrease over last year and to budget due to our facility closures and program reductions due to the pandemic. Also of note, our grant revenue was significantly increased, which again was due to support from the federal and provincial government for the pandemic. Next slide, please. On the expense side, salaries and wages and benefits and materials saw reductions over prior years, again due to facility closures and program reductions due to the pandemic. Next slide. On the tangible capital asset side, we did see a very large increase in our capital additions in 2020. This was due to our planned capital program, which included works in process around the Waterloo Memorial Rec Complex addition, industrial land development, and Eastside Library. In addition, contributed capital assets from subdivision completion made up another large portion of that addition amount. Next slide, please. Reserves have decreased due to that planned capital activity. Although the long-term trend is still an upward trend line, which is good news. Next slide, please. Debt per capita continues to steadily decline over the term of this graph. We didn't have any new additions in debt in 2020, so that was to be expected. And then final slide, please. So once council approves the statements, we'll be posting those online. And we also posted a financial dashboard of 11 measures, which is already live online, that gives a good indicator of financial performance. So that concludes my presentation point. I'd turn it over to Tom Menel from KPMG. I think he has a few words to say, and then we can have some questions from council if they so desire.
Thank you, Paul, and good afternoon, councillors. As Paul indicated, KPMG is prepared to issue an unqualified or clean auditor's report, subject to discussion with council and their approval this afternoon. We have conducted our audit virtually, completely virtually, as Paul had mentioned, which does present some challenges. However, I think is in this environment, we've become quite accustomed to doing that, but recognize that our clients are required to provide information in different formats and perhaps do additional work that they otherwise wouldn't do if we were doing this work in person. So I'd like to thank Mr. Hedinga and the finance team for all of the work they have done in assisting us with our audit. We have met with the audit committee and did a full report to them on June 3rd of this year, and they are apprised of the issues that we addressed. I think in the area of COVID-19, it certainly did present some additional area of focus with respect to the impacts on financial reporting, which are a consequence of the change in operations in the city. For example, things such as reduced user charges, increased costs, increased grant revenue from the provincial and federal governments under the Safe Restart program. And you will see in note 17 to the financial statements a description of some of those impacts. We have also required to work with our team in different ways, and we've been able to manage that effectively. I can say that there were no significant control deficiencies that we identified and would have reported to the audit committee in the course of our work. And we certainly think that the quality of the records and the relationship with the finance team has been very good, which allows us to give that result. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the councillors have for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll pause for a moment while I look to see if there are any council hands going up. Any questions? I don't see any, and so I might look to Finance Chair to give comments or to consider moving.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Paul and Tom and team. A very thorough process again, and I appreciate the opportunity to dive in greater detail at audit committee with our council appointed citizens to take a look at this. I think council and the public should be assured and aware that audit committee, when management left the meeting, asked some questions of our auditors about how responsive our staff team has been despite these challenging times to suggestions and changes. And I think we'd all be pleased to know that our staff rank very highly in the minds of our auditors and their teams in terms of their flexibility and their approach to continual improvement and their openness to always looking to make things better. And I think that is one of the main reasons, in addition to council leadership over the years, why the city remains in a very strong and positive financial position, despite the storms that we've often faced. Reducing our debt levels, being able to start to address our infrastructure needs in a sustained and prudent way, is evidence of a ship well run and well managed, and always looking for ways to improve and get better every single year. So kudos and my compliments to our team, and thanks to the auditors for keeping watch and helping us understand how we can always do better. So with that, happy to move the motion and to vote in favor of it.
And this is Councillor Bonago. I second the motion and vote in favour and extend my thanks to staff for all their hard work on this.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
And I'll be in favor too. I'll just recall to Councillor Freeman if she's there. And if not, we're carried with the people that we have here. So thank you very much, Paul, and our friends at KPMG for this effort on this. Moving forward, we now look at the 2020 year-end capital report prepared for us by Kim. There's no presentation. Does anybody have any questions on the year-end capital report? Seeing none, I will turn it over to the Finance Chair once again.
Thank you, Kim, certainly for preparing this report. It's been a good snapshot to have because the capital, budget and all the projects that staff have on their plate are constantly moving, and I think the report shows very clearly how to track their progress, knowing that some projects are short and some projects are long, and so looking just at a budget, at a single budget cycle, doesn't give a full picture of what's being worked on in the year. And I think this report does a great job of really shedding some light and demonstrating accountability and transparency into the significant amount of money that the city invests in capital projects to maintain and improve quality of life and our services across the city. And I would flag for people that don't generally believe that this is possible that of the 49 projects that closed in 2020 that wrapped up and were completed, they returned just over 5% of their funds to reserve, which means they came in under budget. I think that is always something to celebrate and be positive about. That on every project, not everything goes well and goes right, but we have been. Staff have been able to be focused on that bottom line and make sure that money is well used, and that we don't use more of it than we need to complete the work. And these returns allow us to do more without putting additional pressure on the public to be able to do that. So I wanted to flag that because you rarely hear the news that projects come in under budget, and this report highlights that many of them did, and in a helpful way. So thank you for the report. I'm happy to move the recommendation and to vote in favor of it.
And this is Councillor Bonagor. I second the motion and vote in favor.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
I guess it's up to me. Mayor's in favor too. That carries unanimously. Thank you all very much for that, and for Kim for that report. Moving forward, next item is C, the Township of Wilmot Maintenance Agreement, all about Wilmot Line. And there's a recommendation here, report prepared for us by Chris Keeler. Just wants, and correspondence from Kevin Thomason. Is there any questions for staff on this one? I'll turn over to the nearby ward councillor, Councillor Bodley.
Thank you. Half ward councillor, I think, based on this agreement. I just had a question. If we could, just in reviewing the correspondence from Mr. Thompson there, I'm wondering if you could perhaps shed a little bit of additional light on how capital cost decisions pertaining to the road are going to be made on a go-forward basis, and who would be responsible for those. If I could just get some light shed onto that process, that would be appreciated.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Bodley, staff will work with staff from the township as well. Any changes for capital improvements to the roadway system would be approved by City Council. So staff would come up with a recommendation, and then it would come back to council for approval.
Excuse me. Sorry, and just for clarification there, that would be both councils?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to the councillor, yes, it would be both councils. Actually, today, the township is also receiving their version of this report. So we would be doing everything together.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'm happy to move it if no one else has any questions.
Yeah, there are no further questions, so please go ahead, Councillor Bodley.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. Happy to move the motion on this really important agreement and very important and interesting piece of infrastructure that is shared between the township and the city of Waterloo. Really important boundary road, important from the perspective of the Waterloo Moraine, and cutting through environmentally sensitive areas, provincially protected areas, home to many sort of endangered species and other significantly other environmentally significant species in the area. So really happy to see the movement on this, and thanks to staff for collaborating and working with the township to come to an agreement that makes sense for both. And with that, happy to move the motion as printed and vote in favor.
Councillor Veith here. I will second the motion and vote in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonago in favor.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. That carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Chris and team, for that continued work on Wilmot Line. Next up, we are flying. Public meetings. Item 13A. This is an informal public meeting. Consider item 13A, draft plan of subdivision 30T 21401, official plan amendment application Z2103. Northfield Properties GP Inc., Northfield Properties LP, 525 and 565 Conestoga Road West in beautiful Ward 4 Northeast. There will be no decisions made today. Council and the public are seeing this application for the first time. Council is looking for feedback from interested parties with respect to this application. Today's comments will be taken into consideration in developing a staff position on this application, and a staff report will be considered by council during a formal public meeting at a future time. Anybody who wants further notice of this application, including the formal public meeting and passage of any bylaw, should contact the Senior Development Planner, Laura Doer, at 519-886-1550, extension 78108, or at laura.doer@waterloo.ca, and that is spelled laura.dewer@waterloo.ca. Our planner will now provide a brief overview of the application.
Good afternoon, Mayor Jaworski, members of council, and anyone from the public listening in. These applications are being presented for information today, include draft plan of subdivision 30T-21401, official plan amendment number 32, and zoning bylaw amendment Z-21-03, and has already been stated for the lands at 525 to 565 Conestoga Road West. Next slide, please. The subject site is approximately 10.7 hectares in size, containing the former Krause flooring manufacturing facility, which was constructed in phases over a 20-year period between the late 60s and sort of the mid 1980s. It's situated along the Conestoga Parkway with Northfield Drive to the north and Conestoga Road to the east. It's in close proximity to two LRT stations, one to the west and the other to the east. You can see on this map I'm showing you. Conestoga Mall is also, it's nearby, it's just to the east. And the lands are generally surrounded by employment and some commercial type uses. Waterloo North Hydro has a transformer station on the opposite side of Conestoga Road, and a hydro corridor bisects the site. with infrastructure both below and above ground. Next slide, please. So this is a 3D rendering of the proposed development of the site. It's been prepared by ABA Architects. There are 15 buildings proposed, ranging in heights from 3 stories in the south to about up to 35 stories in the north, nearest Northfield Drive. The primary uses proposed are residential, business employment, commercial, and some open spaces. Next slide, please. So this development, if approved, would be constructed in a series of phases, which is shown on this colored rendering. The first phase would be focused across the north edge of the site along Northfield Drive. Upon full build out, the development could contain as many as 2,530 dwelling units, 4,560 residents, 760 jobs, 20,000 square meters of office / commercial space, and 2,600 parking spaces. Next slide, please. In this 2-dimension master site plan, you can better see the conceptual arrangement of buildings and open spaces and roads. Looking at the building floor area alone and excluding space used for parking, upon full build out of the development, it would be primarily residential, with some office type space focused to the south end of the site, south being on the right side of the slide, and some minor supporting retail and commercial space on the ground floor of some of these buildings. There's a pedestrian bridge proposed. You can see it on the south edge or the bottom edge of the slide in the central location that would extend over the expressway and provide a connection to the Northfield LRT station. Next slide, please. So the site is proposed to be subdivided into 10 separate blocks of land through this plan of subdivision. 8 of the blocks would be for development. The subdivision would create a network of private roads connecting off Conestoga Road. I've just shown them here in the red bold lines. Most of the development blocks would gain access from these private streets, and there'd be infrastructure generally extended below the streets as well. Next slide, please. So within the city's current official plan, the lands are located within the Conestoga Station area. A small area along the western edge containing a tributary of Forwell Creek is designated supporting natural feature. In terms of the land use structure, the northern third, which is on the left side of the slide, has a deferred land use status. And this was applied by the region through the last official plan review. This status puts the land use designation temporarily back to the former designation of industrial, and the Conestoga station area policies don't currently apply to those lands. The southern 2/3, which are on the right side of the slide, are designated business employment, which contemplate such uses as offices, medical clinics, manufacturing, repair, and storage related to high value, high technology products. Next slide, please. So the applicant is proposing to remove that deferral status from the lands, redesignating the red area here, mixed use, high density residential, redesignating the green area to parks and other green spaces, and the blue area would retain the current business employment designation. It's likely the whole area would be a new specific provision area in the official plan, which would capture any special policies that we should be applying to the lands and ensure the development is planned comprehensively. Next slide, please. So within the current zoning bylaw, the lands are zoned future determination zone with a floodplain prefix, which is a result of that small area on the west side of the site being within the regulatory floodplain. Only existing legal uses and buildings are currently permitted on the site. Next slide, please. So the applicant is proposing to rezone the lands to align with the proposed official plan land use designations by rezoning the red lands residential mixed use 81. The green lands would be park and recreation zone, and the blue would be business employment 2 zone. So the area here would be likely a new zoning exception area, which would capture any site-specific zoning regulations relating to such things as height, density, parking, and setbacks. Next slide, please. So some of the aspects of development review will include looking at the region's municipal comprehensive review, in particular with regards to the conversion of employment lands to other uses. I understand that regional council supported a staff recommendation to convert the lands north of the hydro corridor to mixed use back on April 20th of this year. That would need to come into effect as part of the regional official plan update later in 2022. We'll also be looking at the ministry's land use compatibility guidelines, where there are sensitive land uses proposed adjacent to existing industrial uses. We'll be reviewing the block and street configuration to make sure that makes good sense, looking at the transportation networks in terms of pathways and access for cars, pedestrians, and cyclists, and the like. We'll be looking at how to ensure proper servicing of the lands, proper environmental protection. We'll be looking at height and density and parking and ensuring the appropriate provision of parkland or other open spaces to support the residential uses on the site. We'll be looking at urban design and sustainability, and we'll be looking at understanding how some of the special features, in particular the pedestrian bridge, might be secured. We'll also look at, phasing as it relates to things like both public and private infrastructure, and we'll also be considering what tools we have to implement the overall plan. Next slide, please. So in terms of next steps in the process, we'll be gathering comments from the public, from other departments and external agencies, and we'll be providing comments back to the region on the draft plan of subdivision, providing comments to the applicant for the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. We expect that there may be some refinements to the applications, in which case we would be looking at accepting a resubmission potentially and a recirculation, and basically, we continue efforts to resolve issues and reach mutual agreement on matters relating to these applications before coming forward with a staff report and recommendations to council on all 3 applications at a formal public meeting. Council's decision on the subdivision and the OPA will be forwarded to the region for their consideration, as they're the final approval authority, and also the council does have final decision and approval authority for the zoning bylaw amendment. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Wonderful presentation, Laura. Let me just wait and see if any hands go up at this point in time, or if people are looking forward to hearing from the proponent. Does any councilor have any questions for staff? Please remember, this is an informal public meeting. Only questions of clarification may be asked. Council should not express opinions at this point. First up is Councillor Henry. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Laura, for the detailed overview, and in particular the note about the region's sort of decision pending a confirmatory decision on the employment lands designation, because that was going to be my first question. I would say in sort of observation, and watched region's last official plan community information meeting, that the region is giving consideration to a number of different growth scenarios, all of which involve expanding the urban boundary, and the most constrained involves expanding the urban boundary essentially for employment purposes, and yet here we have some surplus apparently surplus employment lands that can be converted to high density residential. So my question to staff is the scale and timing of employment uses that would remain on these lands part of staff's review and consideration? And I ask that in sort of the overall context of if we can maximize the lands that we have, we don't need to designate new lands somewhere in the region to do the lifting that lands we already have can do. So as a background to the question, I'm curious about how staff are we'll look at the scale and timing in phasing of the employment lands still remaining that are proposed as part of this application.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, one thing we'll be looking at is the report that was presented with the application and how it aligns with, and it was intended to align with the region's report as well. Whether or not there's going to be a need to do any phasing of different land uses is something we will be looking at through the application. It's possible that we won't need to, and that we'll just rely on the market and the zoning framework to bring forward the land uses that are permitted, as the market uptakes those uses. So we will have to look at it more closely through the review.
Thank you. I think another question I'd sort of have is when I was looking at, and obviously this will iterate quite a bit, and I was looking at the diagrams that you'd shown about form and structure of this at sort of either the site plan level or the rendering level. There did seem to me to be a difference between the lands in the north for residential and the lands in the south for office in terms of how urban they appear. And I know you've got sort of urban form in your list of review, but I'm wondering if staff could sort of comment a little bit on sort of what lens or what sort of policy framework and guidance they'd be looking at as they assess the applicant's proposal here in this major transit station area.
I have, through you, Mayor Jaworski, I think we have to look at the development, well, in two ways, in many ways, but one of the ways is looking at how it is built out comprehensively. But we do have to recognize that it's not proposed to be just one landowner and one piece of land that's developed all at once. It will be developed in phases, and it will be developed with multiple blocks and each block could be under different ownership. So we have to make sure that the zoning framework is aligning with the official plan framework and the region's official plan framework, but also providing some flexibility for implementation because it's incredibly complex, and there is likely to be multiple landowners involved in the full build out of this development. So we have requested master plan and design guidelines be prepared to help guide that overall vision and development through to the site plan stage, not from high level to the sort of micro level. And we think that's going to be a helpful guiding document. And that is something that I think parts of that will be shared in the next presentation.
That's helpful, and I'll look to see what we see in the next presentation. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you, Councillor Henry. Over to Councillor Bonagor, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. These might be questions for staff. I might ask them of the applicant as well, but I'm just curious, looking at that part of the city, can you just give us a bit of an idea of what kind of open space kind of on this location or nearby would be available to support this kind of increase in density?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, Staff hasn't undertaken that level of review about, you know, what kind of sort of parks and open spaces exist around and whether they're, but I can say that it's probably a question better directed to the applicant at this time. I think they have an idea of what kind of parks and open spaces they're proposing to provide through this development, potentially better than I do at this point. And that is something we'll have to evaluate in more detail through the review process.
Okay, yeah, that totally makes sense. My next question might also be a little bit too early in the process, but I'm just curious, has there been any indication yet of what kind of housing this could provide? Like any mention or thoughts so far regarding affordability or varying sizes of units? Or again, are we kind of too early in the stage to be talking about this just yet?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, it's something we will certainly be mindful of when we're reviewing it. I do think the applicant may want to respond to that. At this point, all the tools are on the table, and if this is something we can work to secure through this process, we know there's a need for a range of housing types and affordability levels, so we'll be looking at that most certainly through the process.
Thank you. That's all from me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I will go over to Councillor Bodley. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through your Mayor Jaworski. A question about the height of the buildings. The proposal here says up to 35 stories. Would these be the largest? Would these be the tallest buildings in the city of Waterloo? And do we have a zoning framework currently under our comprehensive zoning bylaw that recognizes buildings of that height?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, the zone that's proposed, which is our highest and densest zone, is permits up to 81 meters and 25 stories in height. So they are requesting to exceed that by, you know, 10 stories. It's we don't have buildings. I can't say we have that many buildings exceeding 25 stories. This would probably be one of the tallest that you'd see in the city at this, if it was to come forward right now. Does that answer your question?
It does, and I'm just curious if we were, sorry, thank you, and through you, Mayor Jaworski, so the proposal is to change, is to rezone these lands RMU 81, and with site-specific provisions to allow up to something in the neighborhood then of 100 meters or so. Is that, or 120 meters, I guess? Is that sort of the way that we would handle this, or will we be creating some new zoning framework, I guess?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, it would be a new zoning framework. Whether we would just to be clear, the applicant has only requested the increase in height to 35 meters for that, I'll say, the front portion or the north portion of the site closest to Northfield Drive. That height increase hasn't been requested across the whole of the high density residential lands. So it would be a site-specific zoning permission on a portion of the lands, but not the whole of the high-density residential lands.
Excellent, thank you.
And I will turn it over to Councillor Freeman, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski. Councillor Bodley's question kind of made me think of another one. When we do something like this, where we may increase height by 10 stories more than we have had in our bylaws in the past, Do we as a council have to give consideration to the city's capacity as it relates to firefighting of a building of that height? And the reason why I ask that question is, you know, in other municipalities where they may have multiple buildings of that height, they may be well prepared from a fire perspective. And I just didn't know how that works when a city like ours is considering making a change like this. I guess it feels like it's part of that functional servicing to the site. We look at things like sewer capacity and all that kind of thing. And I just wondered whether we also have to give consideration to firefighting capacity.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, we look at this in a few different ways. I think we look at fire flow pressures, and those have to be there for the development to proceed. We also have to make sure that there's the right access for fire vehicles of different kinds to get, you know, to the different buildings, and that's regulated through the building code. Also to that, we do circulate fire services on all these applications, and we do look to them to sort of flag, you know, the concerns and things that we should be aware of and maybe planning for moving forward on these types of large scale developments.
Thank you. That's really helpful because, and I guess the other question is sometimes when there is functional servicing requirements that need to be upgraded, it's typically something that is required to be managed by the landowner in terms of paying for it. So, for example, if Waterloo Fire Services needed a different kind of equipment, truck, training, that kind of thing, I just didn't know whether that's something that gets covered by the development too.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, we have a number of ways we can secure infrastructure upgrades or further analysis, whether it be through conditions of draft approval or even things that we can secure through other agreements. So we definitely have tools that enable us to ensure upgrades are, you know, provided at the right times.
And I had a question with regard to the pedestrian bridge. So when a structure like that is constructed as a part of a development application, subsequent to its construction, who then becomes the owner, operator, maintainer of such a structure?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, unfortunately, it's a question that I really I can't answer. I'm not sure if that's something that maybe someone else in the corporation might be able to answer. I can tell you that there's a whole host of parties that will be involved in a project like that. The region, obviously the Ministry of Transportation, the city, the landowner. I mean, it's not going to be the landowner that owns and operates infrastructure over the highway. I would not think it would be, you know, one of or a combination of those other public agencies.
And I guess following up on that question, is that like, you know, we typically use something like development charges and so on to support that future ownership. Is that the mechanism, or does it get constructed and then ownership is simply transferred like a city street?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, it's difficult to say at this time what the mechanism will be or what combination of mechanisms will be. But I think development charges could be one of them. I think when we come forward with a staff report, I'd like to provide clarity to council on those kinds of details, so you're aware and considering them, and it's being looked at the same time as you're considering the 3 development applications.
And just one other question that came to mind is, when we have a development like this where you have potentially multiple owners, undertaking the construction? I know you made reference to the like a condominium agreement, and so I gather that shared elements like outdoor spaces and so on would be wholly responsible for management by the condo corporations, like something similar to the combined management that happens at the Blue Springs, for example. Is that correct, or is there ever going to be a time where broader citizens are going to have an expectation that the city is managing some aspect of that common element?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski. Again, I think it's a bit early to speculate on, you know, the ownership and operation of some of the internal spaces to the site. It's entirely possible that some of those spaces could be, you know, conveyed to the city even, or they could be publicly, privately owned, publicly accessible spaces, similar to what we have at the barrel yards. But it's difficult to speculate exactly at this time how the ownership structure and, you know, the maintenance of those spaces will look. I think I can say with certainty that, you know, we want to ensure there's public access to those spaces. So that's something we're going to be looking at when we review this development application in more detail.
Thank you. That's very helpful. That's all my questions.
Thank you very much. For anybody who's listening in, if you would like to speak at this meeting, please call the clerk's office at 519-747-8705. At 519-747-8705. I will now begin to call upon registered delegations to speak. And first on my list is Chris. Let's see, Chris Pigeon and Andrew Busfield representing the proponents. Welcome.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. Natalia, I just want to make sure that Andrew Busfield is also available. So we're going to tag team in this presentation.
Afternoon, everyone. Andrew here. Can you hear me?
Terrific.
That's great, both of you. All good.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Jaworski and members of council. Again, I'm Chris Pigeon with GSP Group, joined this afternoon by Andrew Busfield, who's the project architect with ABA Architects. We're very pleased to be here to present the redevelopment applications for the Krause Flooring property. Next slide, please. We have a brief presentation to add to some of the information that was presented by Laura Dewar, including a little bit more information about location and context, the historical use of the property, the relationship of this private application to the region of Waterloo's municipal comprehensive review, and an overview of the application and the proposed development. Next slide, please. This site is likely the largest single property in the city of Waterloo along the expressway, and it falls right in the epicenter between two LRT stations, so the Northfield and the Conestoga Mall stations. And the white circles are 800 meters, so that's about a 10-minute walk. So the site is easily within a 10-minute walk of those two stations. And it is also located on the south side of Northfield Drive. And Northfield Drive is the only arterial road that links the east and the west sides of what I call North Waterloo. Next slide, please. The site was formerly used by the Krause group of companies for flooring manufacturing, and they had their head administrative office on this site. They had other operations, for example, in Australia. Industrial production and employment ceased in 2018, and the site is occupied by two large, older industrial buildings dating from the 1960s and bisected by a Hydro One corridor. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the two buildings that are divided by the Hydro corridor with a total building area of almost 900,000 square feet. Next slide, please. The region of Waterloo is completing a municipal comprehensive review of the regional official plan, And as Laura indicated, in April of this year, they released an interim report that removed a portion of the Krause site from the employment land supply, recommending that the northerly 2/3 of this site be considered for non-employment uses. Next slide, please. The region has identified Northfield Drive as an intensification corridor for future residential and commercial uses to meet provincial targets and to support LRT ridership. Next slide, please. Laura's covered the proposed applications. Next slide, please. There are a number of technical studies that have been completed in support of the applications. So they included an environmental impact study of Four-Well Creek, the typical servicing and stormwater management report, traffic impact study, land use compatibility study in placing residential uses in close proximity to industrial uses on Conestoga Boulevard, an environmental site assessment, and a number of design studies that will be implemented through future site plan applications. Next slide, please. The proposed development by plan of subdivision includes a total of 15 buildings. 4 of those buildings south of the hydro corridor are 3-story buildings proposed for employment uses, and 11 buildings ranging in height from 3 to 35 stories. Next slide, please. I'd now like to ask Andrew to walk you through the proposed development. I'd like to mention that the next several slides are stills of a video fly-through of the redevelopment that's been prepared and has been uploaded to the city's website.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Mayor Jaworski and members of council for this opportunity. I'm going to take you through a series of slides, really just to give you some better visual idea of the character and the nature of this proposal. You've seen a lot of diagrams so far, and hopefully the next several slides will give you a little bit of a more pictorial sort of image of what we're proposing here. The view you see here is obviously from Conestoga Parkway, looking back towards King Street. On the left-hand side, you see the 35-story signature tower. That is actually anticipated as a kind of a gateway feature for the city coming in and out of the city. And in this proposal, it is the single highest building, and it is the only building proposed at that height. You'll also see that generally height and density transitions from the signature tower at Northfield down towards the employment lands to the right side of the page. Next slide, please. This is the sort of a counter view. This would be, say, hovering over King Street, looking back towards, say, Conestoga or north to Waterloo, excuse me. You've got Northfield Drive on the right-hand side of this image. And again, you can sort of see how height and density transitions down from right to left. The hydro corridor, you can see sort of at about a third of the way through the development on the left side. It's sort of the transitional open space element between the employment lands, in this case represented by 4 3-story buildings, and then of course the RMU 81 zone to the right of the hydro corridor. Next slide, please. A little bit more detail here. This is another aerial shot looking down into the development from over Northfield Drive, with the Conestoga Parkway on the right side and Conestoga Road on the left. The setbacks from Northfield Drive are significant, and in this proposal, we're proposing a significant public open space, combination of hard and softscape spaces, providing a kind of a plaza, if you will, in front of the development beyond. You can also start to see the network of pedestrian promenades and courtyards that permeate the development, as well as the variation in height of the varying buildings. Laura showed a slide of sort of colored blocks that indicated the phasing of the development. The intention of this design is that each block can stand on its own, recognizing that you could have different ownership and different timeframes for the full build out of the site. It's our goal that each individual phase can stand on its own, and each phase has significant components of of public realm involved. And then once it all knits together, you do, Laura did show the internal roadway system, the private roadway system on one of her slides. Just recognize how large this site is, 10.7 hectares, and there's just those few roads. The balance of the site is given over to the pedestrian realm, and I'll talk more about that in upcoming slides. Next slide, please. This is a view from, say, over top of the Northfield Drive overpass over the Parkway, looking back towards the Signature Tower. You'll see the sort of promenade on Northfield Drive on the left, and then the interface along the Parkway. And these are two significant frontages, certainly for the development, very, very different treatments. Northfield Drive is seen as a very public and pedestrian urban kind of streetscape, as I mentioned, with a combination of hard and soft surfacing. On the Parkway, this is a more naturalized interface with a revitalization of Four-Well Creek, and then a pedestrian promenade, almost like a boardwalk, if you will, which runs along the entire frontage of the Parkway facing face of the development. You'll also see sort of the bridge overpass, which connects into the middle of the site, I guess to the north of the hydrocut, and terminates on the other side of the expressway at the region-owned lands. Currently, it would be the northern edge of the maintenance facility for the LRT. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the intention is that the public realm is significant, and there is a series of courtyards proposed as the various phases build out. They will start to describe interior courtyards of varying sizes and utility, and this is a kind of an example of what those kinds of courtyards would be. And you can sort of see the strong podium form forming that sort of pedestrian scale border for the podium, or for the courtyard, excuse me, and then the buildings of varying heights that step up and away from the courtyard. You'll also see in our slides a number of, or occasionally, sort of a trellis type structure that meanders through some of these courtyards, and they are actually specifically designed in response to an analysis, at least initially, by our wind consultants, and they are wind mitigation structures, and actually have been tested in their wind modeling for pedestrian realm activities in these courtyards. You'll also see in this case that this pedestrian courtyard is elevated, and that's because it's on top of structured parking. Next slide, please. This is an image of the employment lands as proposed, and Councillor Henry mentioned or asked some questions earlier about that built form and versus sort of the urban type of architecture in the RMU 81. And this was intentional. These floor plates are each over 20,000 square feet, and it does represent a kind of a known built form and land use in these kinds of flex tech areas in this part of Waterloo as well. We know these floor plates are generally much larger than you get in towers, and ideally situated or ideally poised for startup and makers. And as well, this is the only portion of the site where parking is considered at grade, or certainly the majority of the parking is considered at grade. In the RMU 81, it's profoundly skewed towards structured underground parking and some podium parking. Next slide, please. These are sort of, this is just another aerial view internally. This gives you an idea of the kind of public realm that we're trying to create. And Councillor Bonagor earlier had sort of asked a question about these kinds of, or what provision might be made for public recreation. And you can sort of see here that there are both private and public amenities, the private amenities on the activated podium roofs, as well as very broad pedestrian promenades running throughout the development. This particular image is taken at the terminus of the pedestrian overpass. You see the wind trellis on the left. Just beyond that is the promenade that runs along the expressway. And in this particular instance, we're proposing a sport court. Next slide, please. This is a view in through the hydro corridor from Conestoga, looking back towards the expressway, and you'll see that it's being reimagined as an outdoor recreation space. In this case, we're proposing a water feature as a visual terminus at the end of the main pedestrian way through the site, as well as opportunities for recreation and leisure. And then on the left side, you can see the employment lands type development with a buffering screen or trellis between the two. Next slide, please. And my last slide before I turn it back over to Chris, another aerial view. This again on top of or hovering above the terminus of the pedestrian walkway, and really gives us sort of a good idea of the way the courtyards and pedestrian streets work in this development, and also the amount, the quality of the urban form and the podiums and towers in it. Next slide. Next slide, please. Actually, excuse me, this is my last slide. Another view, the terminus of the pedestrian bridge. You see that blue arrow, that is the pedestrian bridge. And this gives you a really good idea of that kind of public space that we're envisaging, really a sort of a public square, multifaceted with all sorts of different opportunities for recreating and leisure, as well as access to commercial facades and storefronts. And as well, you can sort of see that public promenade as it continues on its way down towards the employment lands, and then up connecting into the existing multi-use trail system that will take you as far as Conestoga Mall, and then of course via the pedestrian bridge through to Northfield Station, and then back to the new trail heading up to the St. Jacobs Market. Next slide, please. I think that concludes my section of the presentation. I'll turn it back over to Chris. Thank you very much.
So one of the most important elements of this proposed development is that pedestrian overpass over the expressway to provide that direct access to the Northfield Station. In fact, it implements a policy of the City of Waterloo official plan. Early in the project, we did meet with the Ministry of Transportation, the region, and the city to understand the parameters of the overpass, and we believe that we can meet all of MTO's requirements. And this is a schematic diagram prepared by ABA. It shows the pedestrian overpass in cross section from the Krause lands on the right-hand side at the top, and then over to the regional LRT facility. So one of the criteria of MTO was that we needed to span the expressway, and we believe that that is something that can be accomplished. Next slide, please. So very quickly, just want to go over the existing conditions in terms of site statistics. So again, the site's 10.7 hectares, 26.5 acres. There's 870,000 square feet of GFA on the site as it is today. So that's an FSR of 0.76. At peak production, Krause had 450 employees. And then just before close in 2018, they had about 200 employees. So that's an employment density of 19 to 42 jobs per hectare. Next slide, please. So with the proposed applications, the site, of course, is still 10.7 hectares. We're proposing 3.4 million square feet overall, so that's an FSR of 2.94. The employment is approximately 800 jobs or 81 jobs per hectare, 2,500 residential units or 339 beds per hectare. So an overall population of 5,100 persons, which would produce an LRT ridership of approximately 3,000 daily trips per day. And next slide, please. So that concludes our presentation. There were a number of comments from councillors. I think I'll let the councillors ask those questions again. I think we've got some good responses for you.
Thank you very much. And I will now look to council for questions. And the first hand up is Councillor Freeman.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski, and thank you both for the presentation. My question might be more to Andrew, I'm just not sure. So do you envision, well, I guess one of the things that comes to mind is children's playgrounds. So if we're anticipating that these buildings could house families, I wondered whether or not the public-private spaces might that consideration could be made to making some changes to them so that they actually include play spaces for children, because there's no playgrounds near to this property in the ward. I know for sure that's the case. And so something like the water feature, could it actually be more like a splash pad? Could, like I saw the basketball court, but I didn't actually see children's playground equipment per se. And even if this is being used for folks, well, I don't know, I think we should be starting to think about having unit types for families. And so I just don't see anything for children in the POPs areas.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, Councillor Freeman. I think your question is very good, and I agree with it entirely. The development is seen really at the scale of this project is it's significant. It's not necessarily a development the way we understand it. It is a neighborhood, and it needs to provide those very basic things. There is the intention for dedicated play spaces in both the public and private realms. The rooftop podiums for each tower, of course, will provide opportunities for children, as well as within those courtyards. We see each courtyard having its own kind of identity. Right now, of course, that what identity goes where, we haven't really got there, but there are 4 dedicated courtyards. I think it's very reasonable to assume that significant play spaces will be within those courtyards, as well as within the hydro corridor.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to the project team. More broadly, because you're planning to have mixed uses, commercial, residential, employment, I recognize what you said. I appreciate that you refer to this as a neighborhood, because neighborhoods on the east side oftentimes do things together, and there's very little. Yes, we're building some added capacity at Rim Park. What I'm going to make reference to is there's very little passive, active play space on the east side. There's a lot of play space that's programmed. And so I think things like a splash pad that could be used by the community would be a real valued piece to this. And I think it would also support this being a destination for individuals attending the site for work and for commercial purposes. So it would be really helpful if you could maybe think about those public-private spaces from that light, where it might serve even a broader community than just the individuals that reside on these lands.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, I couldn't agree more, and I think we have a very good example of exactly that kind of thing happening over at the boardwalk. And you know, if that's sort of where you're headed, I think that is exactly the kind of space that we would be looking to replicate here. Given the scale of the project, you know, I think it's reasonable that there may be more than just what you might see at Boardwalk. But again, I think that level of conversation, really, we haven't had the opportunity yet with staff. Again, I'm loving to hear all the great ideas and sort of looking forward to incorporating them down the road as we get into this deeper.
I appreciate that. I think the big difference between this property and a property like the boardwalk is we don't have Waterloo Park as a destination. So the boardwalk contributes to that destination. This property in itself may become a destination. And so I'm hopeful that as this conversations around this property continue, that staff and your team might be able to consider that or in your framing around this property. One of my other questions relates to my question that I asked earlier, more broadly around fire and fire services and fire response. And while I recognize that a site servicing plan, a functional site servicing plan, doesn't normally include things like equipping a fire department and or training a fire department for different types of fire attack, but I do see your development bringing in a new building typology to the city, and I'm trying to make sure that we ask all the right questions around supporting that change in typology.
Through you, Mayor.
Was that the end of? Oh, sorry, I wasn't sure if that was for response or is it just a statement. I'll go to
Oh,
the
no, it's a
proponent.
question. It's a question to
Okay.
the proponent in terms of, you know, recognizing all the reports that need to be done to support a development application. It seems to me that this is a piece that needs to be considered to support this development application because of the introduction of a new building typology.
Through you, Mayor. Councillor Freeman, I presume you mean the additional 10 stories on the Gateway Tower?
Yes, I do mean that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And good question. Hadn't considered it. We've certainly, you know, buildings over 25 stories within the region are not unusual. Certainly in Waterloo they are. I guess, you know, as in my experience anyway, as the region has started to build up and denser, certainly buildings are getting taller. This would be the first time that I've been asked that question with respect to firefighting. Certainly aspects of firefighting are an important consideration in any building we do, but we've not yet, or I've not yet run into firefighting, I guess, in terms of the capacity and capability of the municipal fire department. I would have to defer to the chief on that. It hasn't, in my experience, been an issue between 25 and 35 stories in other municipalities, but I can't speak to the Waterloo experience.
Well, I appreciate that response. And admittedly, I've never thought of this question before either. So I appreciate that you haven't received it before.
Is that it, Councillor Freeman?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Mayor Jaworski.
Okay, over to Councillor Bonagor next. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. These questions probably won't come as a surprise to you. I have a couple of questions for you. The first is regarding the green space. So it helps to have seen the slides that you put before us. But it was hard not to notice that the courtyards shown are almost entirely concrete. And, you know, we just know from daily life, residents will need space to play and to live, not just to kind of work, commute and shop. And given this part of the city, I think residents will likely also be looking for a reprieve from kind of the industry and concrete of the broader area of the city. So I'm just curious about some of your thoughts about what kind of green open space could be kind of incorporated here to give residents just that connection to nature that's so important.
Andrew, maybe I'll start. Through the mayor, councillor. So we have done many, I'll say, softened rooftop amenity spaces. And the one that really comes to mind is the Barrow Yards, which has a 1 acre central park, and that central park's built entirely on parking structure. And it has many passive recreational elements. It's not, in fact, I wouldn't say that it's even anywhere near 50% all concrete. So there are elements that can be built into, I'll say, on top of parking structured or structured parking. You can build passive recreational elements in, and planter boxes, and there are opportunities for all kinds of greenscaping, I'll say, for trees and shrubs and those kinds of things. No question.
Okay, that sounds like a great conversation and thing to kind of keep in mind as it moves, as you kind of flesh out your plans. The other question, again, no surprise, because I asked it of staff. Do you have any ideas, or have you kind of been circling some ideas about what kind of housing this area could provide, you know, particularly in terms of, you know, affordable housing or varying sizes of units, just things like that?
Yeah, so I think Andrew alluded to, this is a neighborhood unto itself. It will have housing for all people, and that will include, just given the scale of the project, there will be an affordable housing component, no question, and families. This is not a neighborhood for 1 and 2 bedroom condominiums. It will be a project for the broader population.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. That was all from me.
Thank you. And over to you, Councillor Bodley.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski. I wonder if you have any feedback on the history of the site with respect to its industrial past, and whether there's been any preliminary analysis of whether there's sort of environmental cleanup necessary on the site, whether we can anticipate seeing a brownfields application, a tax increment grant, or anything to that effect. If you could maybe comment on that, I would appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mayor. So the owner of the property has been doing environmental site assessments for a number of years, has been engaged with the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. The site is relatively clean. There were a couple of relatively small hotspots, I'll say, and those hotspots have been remediated. And we are expecting a record of site condition before the end of this year for this site. There will not be a brownfield incentive application pursued for this site because the remediation, quite frankly, was relatively nominal.
Very clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bodley. Over to Councillor Henry, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I thought that Councillor Bodley's question was going to get into how we will sort of, reflect on the industrial, pass through sort of, public art or notations, or maybe putting carpet down in some places. Anyways, as an aside, my question was going to be around precedents for how a project of this scale, and with eventually different builders being invited into to the process to build it. If you've what precedents you'd sort of cite for that kind of district and neighborhood of this kind of scale, with different people and involved, that we could sort of look to sort of further understand the vision that you're bringing forward and how to assess and sort of understand it.
Thank you, Councillor Henry. So John Whitney has been involved in this project since 2011. John's guidance has included not only market information, but also going out and testing the market with selected prospective builders, I should say. And I don't think we should jump to the conclusion that that this is going to be built out by numerous builders and developers. In fact, it could be done by 1 or 2 whereby there could be an employment developer and there could be a mixed-use developer. So I don't think we've put this plan together with the anticipation that it's going to get carved up. And in fact, John Whitney had indicated to the ownership group, because there was some contemplation of carving off pieces of the site and selling it off with small pieces, and that was not recommended because of the integrated nature of the site. So the importance of an overall integrated vision for the whole of the site. So I don't think we should jump to that conclusion. Laura had indicated that there are some guiding documents that ultimately have to be reviewed and ultimately approved by the city that will guide the overall development for each of the individual blocks or phases, I'll say.
Yeah, I think that's sort of helpful to think about, because as you can imagine, I think as you alluded to, I think there could be some concern that that if you sort of parcel off a broad integrated vision into parts, even some guiding documents may make it harder to have some cohesion and some balance. And as you've highlighted, 4 different sort of plazas and courts that could have their own feels, and how does that integrate together? One of the challenges that you sort of have when these are master planned on the private side rather than on the public side is that there isn't the same depth of engagement and sort of public sector leading that cohesion that went on the private side and pitched as a cohesive whole. Parceling it off and having different people build it is a risk, and I think I'm sort of attuned to that, and I appreciate your comments to in response to my question here. So thank you very much.
Council, if I can give all of council just an aside. So the Schneider's property in Kitchener is almost an identical size. It's 26 acres, and it's being working through the approval process, but is proposed to be developed by one developer, and that's Auburn Developments, and that includes employment lands and mixed use, and a range of housing choices for all families, including an affordable housing component. It is ahead of this application by about a year, but I just want to give council an indication. There is a development of the same scale, and it's proposed to be developed by one developer.
Okay, I'm looking for any further questions. I do not see any at this time. I will now look to the deputy clerk to inform me if there's anybody who's called in to be a delegation. At the end of my delegation list, I'm seeing a nod of no.
No calls, Mayor.
Thank you. If anyone watching would like to receive further notice of this application after the meeting, please contact Senior Development Planner Laura Dewar at 519-886-1550, extension 78108. As the Deputy Clerk informed, there are no further speakers. Informal public meeting is now concluded. Staff will review the issues and provide further reporting to Council at a later date. Thank you very much, Laura, and thank you to the team who is here to present to us, to delegate to us as well today. Thank you, Andrew, Chris.
Thank you, Mayor.
Now, we are going to pause for a moment while I skip back and go to item 9B. And I'll just look to the clerk to see if our opponent is here as to be a delegate.
He is here to respond.
Oh. Yeah, it would be good. Jim, are you on the line? Just checking to see if Jim is there on the line for us.
I can certainly hear Mr. Brickman's phone, so maybe if he just speaks into it, we'll hear him.
Okay, we're just trying to make contact with him. Just checking for the delegation, Jim Brickman. No, hi, is that Jim? Okay, one moment to council while we'll redial the delegate. Hi
Did
there,
that work?
Jim. Hey, Jim.
Yeah.
This worked. Excellent. Okay,
It
we
did.
have all of council here and management. And I know that you were just expecting correspondence. However, this is something that's new to us. So I thought maybe you could just tell us a bit about your project that you're doing out at Bathurst, and then we'll decide how we figure out a way to go forward.
Yeah, okay, sure, great. Well, thank you for everyone being there. Well, first of all, I'm supposed to be retired, but people say just don't get out of the business. So I'm staying in the business because it's fun. So I've started a small distillery, very small, on Bathurst, and it's a schnapp. It's a hop-infused product that's unique in North America. Anyway, I know it's done in Europe, but anyway, it's a project I had back in the brick days, and a couple of us old timers decided, well, why not we just have a little fun in the liqueur business. So anyway, we put this together, and I'm just asking now, according to the AGCO, I have to get a license for by the glass, so we can actually serve and sample some of this on premise, along with other beverages. So that turned the project into a little bit more of a on premise situation. So that's where we're going for now. Right now, it's in a building that houses about it. If you look at my letter that I sent, it houses people, to 100 plus of employees and entrepreneurs. It's sort of an incubator of ideas. So it's a fun location, a fun spot. And so this is more of a perk for them. And then we thought we'd open it up on a very small scale to the public. So that's where we're at. As I said, the AGCO requires a municipal resolution for a license to be able to serve by the glass. We're also applying for a small brewer's license because the concept of the product specifics require a beer base, and so it seemed natural for us to maybe do on a very small scale produce the beer that's actually required for our distilled product. So that's where we're at.
Excellent, Jim. Thank you very much for the update. Very unusual product. Glad to hear you're still well engaged in the business, having brought us Ontario's first craft brewery long back when I was at St. Jerome's and had a delivery of a sample, shall we say, in '84.
My God, were you of age then?
You betcha. Actually, I was at the time, now that I think about it.
Yeah, okay.
But that's a story for another day.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, so what we have here, Jim, is a situation where this by the glass request is not something we had actually ever seen before, and we've been doing research on the AGCO website. It's actually looks like something new. It's not that clear. And so what I think we need to do is refer it to staff to get us more information on this. I will note that, we did fill out the municipal information form and that, but I think this is it looks to be a separate process from what we've ever dealt with here at the City of Waterloo. So I think what we'd like to do is refer it to staff and just get their thoughts on it once we have full information from the AGCO, which we weren't able to pull up or get their sage input, shall we say, by today.
Okay, so can I just suggest something? Because the lady that I'm working with at AGCO will be very helpful for that. She's a senior advisor there and is working with my file. So can I suggest maybe I'll send this information, her contact number, and just, because she'll bring you up to speed probably quicker than Googling it.
Yeah, absolutely, we will do. And I do have a question here from Councillor Freeman. I think it's from staff, but we still have the delegate on the line. So please go ahead, Councillor Freeman.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski. I guess my question might be for the delegate as well. I'm not sure. My challenge is that from a timing perspective, I don't think as a council we're scheduled to meet again in the near future. And I just wondered what the timing was from the delegate for the need for this resolution. So maybe I'll start with that question.
Okay, well, thanks for saying that, because yeah, we'd like it sooner rather than later, but I mean, it's sort of a 2-month schedule with us right now, so we're 2 months out. I don't know when you're going to meet again.
That's very helpful. Thank you for that. So then my next question becomes one for maybe the mayor and staff. Based on the information that staff receives, it sounds like we still require council to enter into a resolution. So how do we manage that? Do we hold an emergency meeting for one item? Because certainly I don't think we want to hold up the entrepreneurial spirit, shall we say, literally spirit,
Yes.
and move this along. So I'm trying to get an understanding of how we help this along.
Yeah, and I think
okay, so
oh, go ahead, Jim.
no, I'm just going to the one thing that's holding us up a little bit is glass. And so, you know, that's been a bit of a moving target because under the circumstances, you know, importing glass, whatever country you're looking at, is a work in progress. I mean, there's a shortage of containers, if you can believe it or not. So it doesn't matter whether it's glass or whatever. So I'm saying 2 months. I don't know when you meet again. So, and I'm just wondering if we could just put this on the agenda when we're a little closer to our target. Would that help rather than an emergency meeting?
Yeah, no, I think we have a regular meeting that we're planning that should happen in August. Nonetheless, there'll be one right after that in early September. It'll give staff time to figure out what the AGCO by the glass regulations are and to work with the person that you have there. And in the meantime, come up with something that's very informative to council. I think that's probably the way to go. I know Joel Cotter is on the line. I might ask Joel Cotter just to weigh in on what I've said and the research that would need to be done.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. Certainly staff can work with Mr. Brickman to understand the AGCO requirements along with our city zoning and building requirements and try and make it all come together if we can do that.
Okay.
So I think go ahead, Jim.
No, I was just saying, okay, that sounds good. Should I just give you information for the contact? Should I send it to Samantha or to
Julie? Julie or clerkinfo@waterloo.ca.
Yeah,
that gets to all the right people, and we'll go with that, Jim. And just knowing that council has instructed staff to look into this further and to come back to us with a recommendation of some sort on this.
Mayor Jaworski, it's Councillor Freeman. Do we need a motion to direct staff, or is this conversation enough?
Motion to direct staff to report back on the by the glass request as received. Moved by Councillor Freeman, I bet.
Yes, I'd be happy to move that motion, and I'll vote in favor.
Councillor Henry, second the motion, vote in favor.
Councillor Bonagor in favor.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. That carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Jim. That, just to be clear, that is just for staff to do the research to figure out what this type of license that the AGCO is contemplating for by the glass. Obviously, your input was very clear. We just now have to make sure that the AGCO is very clear and then check it with all the building standards and zoning requirements that the AGCO also requires as well.
Okay, if I could just add one thing, and is we did get a retail store municipal approval. And that goes through the zoning, I'm assuming, of any requirements that needs. So that's been approved. So this will be just the next stage because it's actually an alcoholic beverage being served on license, on premise, I mean.
Which, are you talking about the municipal information form, Jim?
Yes, it's one where we applied for two forms. One to get permission from the municipality for a retail store for alcoholic beverages. We have received that approval. That didn't require a resolution, and that's been sent to the AGCO, and they are fine with that. And then they subsequently asked for this by the glass, which I thought the two were kind of formed together, but they weren't. They're separate things because by the glass requires a resolution. So that's why I'm going back with the second request.
Yeah, well, I think we're going to have to, it's tough to think about this on the fly. So what we're going to have to do is get that proper information so we can start putting it together. Like I said, this is the first time going through a distillery and by the glass serving. So very unique, very, very innovative for sure.
That's great. Well, I like it like that way. Okay, thanks very much. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members.
Yeah, and thanks for taking the time to connect with us. I know it was a little bit difficult, but glad we got to hear from you, Jim. Always good to hear from you in this community.
Great. All the best. Stay well, everyone.
Okay, thank you. Now with that, we are going to recess as a council and watch for a new link to connect in 4 minutes. 4 o'clock. I'm trying to read Julie's fingers. 4 o'clock, we connect back in. Thank you.
Hi, Natalia. It's John, just doing a sound check.
Hi, Natalia. It's Rita Zelock, just doing a sound check.
Hi, Rita. Thanks. And I'm going to do a quick sound check with our delegation. So I will be doing it in the order I see you guys. David, I'm going to unmute you first. Can you please do the sound check? Hi, David.
Hello, how's everybody?
I guess we're well. Thank you very much. And you can mute yourself. You can now control the button. Pierre, can you please do the sound check with me?
Hello.
Hi. Thank you. Richard?
Hello.
Hi. Perfect. Thank you. You can mute your mic. Thanks.
Yep.
And Rick, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Great. Thank you, everyone.
Natalia, can I do a quick check on the mayor's phone?
Yep, I can hear you.
Thank you.
Hi, Natalia, just doing a quick check for Max Kerrigan.
Hi, Max. Thanks.
All right, thanks.
It's Natalia again. I'm going to do one more quick sound check with our delegate, Jasmine. I'm going to unmute you. Can you please do the sound check with me? Hi.
Hello.
Okay, I can hear you. I see you probably joined through an app, either on your tablet or your phone. You can use, I can either mute you or you can use the mute button yourself.
Okay. Yep.
Thanks.
Could we get counselors as they rejoin just to do a quick sound check so we know you're back as well, please?
Hello, it's Tennille here, just doing my sound check.
Thank you, Councillor Bonagor.
Councillor Bodley here doing a sound check.
Thank you, Councillor Bodley. Councillor Henry, can you hear me?
Hi, Natalia. It's Joel. Can you hear me?
Hi, Joel. Thanks. Trevor, I'm going to unmute you. Can you please do the sound check with me? Hi.
Hi, Natalia. Trevor.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. You
Hi,
can.
Natalia. It's Councillor Freeman. I'm here too.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Freeman.
Hi, Natalia. It's Joel. Can you hear me?
Oh, hi, Joel. I thought I was talking and probably I was muted. Thanks.
Hi, Natalia. Ron Ormson for a sound check, please.
Hi, Ron. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Veith here. Can you hear me?
Hi, Councillor V. Thanks.
Oh, hi, Natalia.
Hi, Natalia. Kathy Weedhoff.
Hi, Kathy. Thank you.
Hi, Natalia. It's Chris.
Hi, Christine. Thanks.
Hi, Natalia. It's Joel. Just retrying this.
Hi, Joel. I heard you 3 times.
Yep, no,
Can you
sorry.
hear?
My
Okay.
my headset was on 0 volume. I couldn't hear you responding. So all is good now. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Hello, Natalia. It's Councillor Handmer.
Hi, Councillor Hanmer.
Hey Natalia, Mark doing a check-in.
Hello, Mark.
Thank you.
Hi, Natalia. It's Richard for a sound check.
Hi, Richard.
Thank you.
Pramod, I'm going to unmute you. Can you please do a sound check with me? Hi, can you hear me?
Hey, Pramod, can you do sound check inside us?
Natalia, can you
hear me?
Yes, I can now. Thank you. You can
you.
mute your mic now. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, Alex. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. You can mute your mic. Thanks.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the City Waterloo Council meeting, special council meeting, Monday, June 28th, 2021, just after 6:30 p.m. We're getting started again with 3 formal public meetings and some other stuff. What I'd like to draw your attention to, if you would like to speak at the public planning meetings that are happening in the next few minutes, hours, please call the clerk's office at 519-747-8705. That's 519-747-8705 to be added to the list of delegations. So with that, I will move on to our I will move on to a roll call, beginning with Ward 1, please.
Good evening, Councillor Hanmer present.
Councillor Bodley present.
Councillor V present.
Councillor Freeman present.
Councillor Henry present.
Councillor Bonagor present.
And the mayor's here too, that's all of us. And first out of the gate is going to be a delegation on the museum. David Marskell, the CEO, is going to give us an update. And there's the presentation.
Good evening, everybody. It's good to hear you. I wish I could see you, but it's great to hear you. And I just want to take a few minutes and give everybody an update on what I think will be a pretty huge blockbuster that's coming to our community. So I'll go through this fairly quickly in case there's questions at the end, and I guess I just say next. So next slide, please. The show, we're working with the band manager, and this show was created by the Rolling Stones management team, curated by a woman out of New York City. It's a big show in terms of quantity. You can see some of the statistics there, which is basically telling the story of the Rolling Stones' 60 years of rock and roll history. Next. It's played in about 9 cities, mostly world capitals, and it started in London, England, of course, and it's in Europe. It came off the road in Europe during the pandemic, and it will relaunch again in France before coming to Kitchener-Waterloo, which is pretty incredible that we have secured, the Kitchener-Waterloo has secured the Canadian rights to this show. We were pleased to be able to do that and not go to Toronto or Vancouver or so on. Next. As I say, it's the Canadian rights. Next. If you've been downtown recently, you've seen our huge building wrap. The show is called The Rolling Stones Unzipped, and it has a worldwide tour sponsor, DHL. Next. It will begin on November 30th and run through February 27th. It's a large, as I say, in terms of the number of artifacts and artworks and so on and so forth, and will consume our building. It's basically a backstage experience with the Rolling Stones. And in the middle of the show, we've set up a 125-seat lounge for corporate and group entertaining, and we've already sold a number of those, sold out a number of those evenings and so on. We will have time tickets and people can come. We've based this on when we used to have colors, so the orange color zone. So we've got room to add more tickets as things continue to lighten up and connected to COVID and so on. Next. We sold $100,000 in tickets a year in advance during a pandemic. That makes me believe this thing is going to be a monster for our community in a good way. And I believe that we're going to attract tens of thousands of people from a wide range of places to come to the show. We are selling tickets in Quebec City. We're selling tickets in upstate New York. We have bus tours being booked as far away as Nova Scotia. And I think it's going to be a big one. How many is very difficult for us to determine. We have been very conservative in terms of our budgeting at the museum. For the Titanic, we drew 50,000 people, and that's when we weren't really known. We were a children's museum and just starting to emerge into the cultural destination that we've become. We know in the Netherlands, where the show was prior to the pandemic closing it there, it was netting 800 people a day, attracting 800 people a day, and a much smaller center than us. And we have Toronto and other areas, other large centers close to us. The David Bowie show in Big Toronto did 146,000 people in 3 less weeks than what we have the show for. Next. The show's a bit chronological in that it starts with a recreation of where the boys lived together at Edith Grove, their first flat back in the early 60s. There's things like their personal guitar collections where you can listen to guitar riffs or your favorite song and so on. Next. There's over 300 works, artworks and artifacts, some from the band's personal collection, as I said, so they've never been seen and they will never be able to be seen again. We've got original artwork from Sticky Fingers album, like that Warhol created, and other album covers. We have fashion from McQueen and Prada and Dora and so on. Next. And we are unleashing what I call the festival strategy and what we've built the museum on. We've had a year to plan for this, and we are, excuse the pun, but we're not leaving any stone unturned in terms of partnerships, relationships, and we're not asking others to give us money. If they can make money from this, I'm talking about bars and hotels and other music venues and so on, that's great. They'll raise the awareness for us, and that will sell us more tickets. But this is truly something we look at as a festival for the entire region. Next. We've secured a number of sponsors. The middle row there with Peller Estate Winery and Waterloo Brewing and the Whopper Hotel, that's more supplier status around the Voodoo Lounge. We've got partnerships with Via Rail, Go Transit, like a number of partners, and many, many more we haven't announced. Next. The festival strategy programming will include an evening with the band manager. Joyce is a firecracker. When she was asked by the media how did Kitchener get this show, she said because they really, really wanted it. What she said to me was, it was easier to say yes to you than to continue to take all the emails. So I'm just delighted, and she's a firecracker and wonderful. She's going to talk about show businesses, 2 words. The boys have the show. She grossed them $297 million US in the last tour. We're working with Jeans and Classics at the Center in the Square for a Rolling Stones evening. In Cambridge, we've got the Fashion History Museum presenting Frock On, an exhibition that connects clothing and music. We've got the opportunity for a wonderful New Year's Eve party as the band turns 60. On and on and on and on. We're working with Tracy at the Uptown BIA and all the BIAs. We're working with, you might have seen the wall at Ethel's we've had up for some time. And we're just reaching out to as many partners as we can. Next. Via Rail is going to partner in terms of purchasing radio and classic rock stations from Windsor to Quebec City. Go Transit is going to do a first ever combo pass from any common price from anywhere on their line. We're talking to the airlines at the airport, trying to encourage them to let people know at the other end that this is happening. WestJet in Calgary, for example. We've got numerous hotel and restaurant packages already begun. We're putting tickets out there on kind of a consignment basis so they can build them into these packages. We've through the Ontario Motor Coach conference, we've accessed tour buses from hundreds of miles away, on and on and on. It's again, we're not leaving any stone unturned. Next. We have opened a store that nobody can come to at where people might recall the B restaurant. It's a great store. It's got lots of great merchandise. You can see much of the merchandise at the museum.ca. The 300-page hardcover catalog just arrived. It's brilliant. It shows the history of the band and so on. One thing that's very important to me is that I want to use this in terms of education to show people that there would be no Rolling Stones without Black musicians and Black music. And Mel Brown seems to be a pretty awesome person to sort of celebrate during this time. He and Mick Jagger are friends, were friends. If you Google their names in the Globe and Mail, you'll come up with a story about that. So we're working on a number of things for the first annual Mel Brown Music Festival that will take place annually beginning next spring. We're working on a statue project and collecting funds for that. We're bringing the Museums Canada Conference to the Delta Hotel in Waterloo and utilizing the CG Theatre for part of that. Next. We are in discussions with Ronnie Wood, to the guitarist for the Rolling Stones, to bring his show to Uptown Waterloo. We're trying to secure a place. This will have millions of dollars worth of artwork. And this is a complimentary show with an E in it, complimentary, meaning associating with it rather than free. But there will be a very modest price for people who buy the ticket to Unzipped and be able to combo with this ticket. We're then going to partner in looking with the Alma Combo, who hosted the Rolling Stones way back in March of '77. And we're partnering with them. Michael Weckerly, many of you may know of him. We've got some great things cooking with him. Next. A number of media. This doesn't even begin to talk about, these are promotional, not just us buying media, but promotional activity. We've recently added Buffalo and Detroit and others. Next. Lots of earned media that we've had across the country and into the United States. I think I've done about 30, 35 interviews. Next. In total, with our own media buy and with our partners' media buy and promotional media, we've got $850,000+ going from Detroit to Quebec City. We've got $50,000 going into the Buffalo market, the radio stations in Buffalo, at a time when Buffalo Bills may well be going towards the Super Bowl. We've strategically planned this media. The number of views and shares on our website are huge and growing almost daily. We have a 60 by 40 foot banner that will fly behind a helicopter through key markets, including our own. And next. And I'm very close to the end here. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity. It's a world-class show. It will help us not just be a tech corridor with Toronto, but a cultural corridor with Toronto. It's a feel-good experience as we all want to get out and have fun and enjoy things like the Rolling Stones and their music and so on. It's definitely going to put our community in a much larger cultural map. It's going to have huge economic benefits for the region in terms of rebooting the hotels, the restaurants and the bars, and we're partnering with so many of them, and we're really looking forward to it. Next. I think we've just got some images here. Next. These are full page ads that are happening in the Toronto Star. Next. And as I've been saying to anybody who will listen to me, please take advantage of this. However, meet your priorities, whatever you can do. City of Cambridge is going to do an air guitar competition, just as an example. And I know I've been working with Tracy at the BIA on a number of things. And I thank you for allowing me to take probably too much time today.
Well, thank you very much, David. You're pretty much on time. So yeah, that's good. Never leave a moment to spare. That's good to be using up all the time allotted. What I have here is a question or comment from Councillor Veith. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. Thank you for coming, David. And so exciting to hear about, or to get the update on this. And if anybody can do this, to pull this off, it's you. So and I'm no doubt this will be have a huge economic impact on our community and on the arts and culture world. So yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for your passion and your love for this community to bring this to us. So all the best and looking forward to it.
Thank you very much, Angela.
And thank you. I don't see any further questions on this. Certainly straightforward, lots of great content there, and the momentum certainly has been building, David. So at Ethel's, they have a great graphic on the side of their building that's been announcing the coming of this event for quite some time. I encourage people to stop by and see that graphic. So I wish you all the best, and look forward to seeing you in real life sometime.
Thank you all very, very much. Enjoy the rest of your meeting.
Thank you. Now I'm going to skip ahead to item 13B, which is a formal public meeting. And just as I noted earlier, if you'd like to speak at the public planning meetings that are coming up right now, please call the clerk's office at 519-747-8705 to be added to the list of delegations. This is a formal public meeting to consider City of Waterloo Urban Design Manual Refresh Phase 1 General Amendments. Any persons who want further notice of this application, including passage of any bylaw, should contact the project manager, Max Kerrigan, at 519-886-1550 at extension 78003, or at udmrefresh@waterloo.ca. That's spelled UDMREFRESH@waterloo.ca. Our urban designer, Max Kerrigan, will now provide a brief overview of the application. Welcome, Max.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. I actually don't have a presentation planned. However, I can just do a quick refresher on the presentation I gave at Council on May 17th. I ran through a number of areas where we are looking to make some interim amendments prior to a full refresh, which will start in earnest this summer. These amendments, as I mentioned through my presentation, essentially align with new objectives in the city strategic plan, as well as address some language that is some more suitable language in certain areas, and as well as addressed new department names and changes within the corporation. So I can leave it at that. I think that for the most part addresses it as clearly and simply as possible, I suppose.
Yep. No, thank you very much, Max. It was just to give a brief overview. If I said presentation, I apologize for that. It was just a brief overview, so thanks for that. Everybody, just one moment, please. We just have to catch up on some paperwork here.
Before we move forward, we'll just advise that notice was advertised in the Waterloo Region Record on June 14th, 2021, and in the Waterloo Chronicle on June 17th, 2021, and mailed or emailed on June 21st, 2021, to public agencies and to all persons who signed in or spoke at the informal public meeting held on May 17th, 2021, and to all persons who requested further notice.
Thank you very much. I see no questions for Max on this one. However, we do have a delegation, Rick Chambers, resident of Waterloo, but a member of the City of Waterloo Age-Friendly Waterloo Multi-Agency Committee. And we'll just wait for a moment while we bring Rick in.
Thank you very much, Mayor Jaworski, and members of City Council staff, City Council and staff. I'm here to talk about this refresh of the Urban Design Manual refresh, and I think I sent you the thing I'm going to read right now. So here it is. Every 5 years, the Waterloo Age-Friendly Multi-Agency Committee has to submit a report to the World Health Organization to outline what we as a city have been doing to maintain our status as a member in good standing. That means that we have to itemize what has been happening here in the 8 areas of the WHO that the WHO identifies as key age-friendly domains. These domains include outdoor spaces and buildings. As the City of Waterloo looks at the Urban Design Manual refresh, We would like to emphasize the importance of following the WHO guidelines for age-friendly cities, especially in the area of outdoor spaces and buildings. In the City of Waterloo's strategic plan, under the goal of equity, inclusion, and a sense of belonging, the objective of, quote, implementing strategies and tactics that strengthen the engagement of diverse and marginalized populations and all ages, and support an enhanced sense of belonging within the community, unquote, aligns with the need to embed an age-friendly lens in the urban design manual. As the committee begins to think about preparing our next report to the WHO on the outdoor spaces and buildings category, we can highlight the steps that the City of Waterloo has taken to enhance the age friendliness of the city. If we were to look at the accessibility features that have been added since 2009, we can cite the curb cuts for baby strollers, wheelchairs, and mobility devices. Textured surfaces at the intersections enable all ages to see or recognize that a crossing is at hand. Many intersections now have audible crosswalks to help people with hearing loss to cross streets safely. Many public and private buildings have graded entrances to allow people with mobility devices or accessibility issues to enter easily. In many cases, steps have been eliminated or adapted for ease of access. Low slope ramps and elevators also permit people with varying abilities to have easy access to buildings. At the street level, the upgraded uptown area with its new wider sidewalks encourages citizens to walk without feeling crowded or encumbered. In some areas of the city, benches and rest areas have become essential elements of the urban landscape. Creating a sense of place enables citizens to identify and bond with their community. The improvements to Uptown Square, Brewmeister Green, and Waterloo Park have all been welcomed as ways to invite citizens of all ages to feel a sense of belonging. The renewal project currently underway at the Waterloo Memorial Recreation Complex will fulfill the promise of increased access to physical activities for older adults and for all members of the community. The addition of the new Adult Recreation Center Pavilion on the same site will further consolidate age-friendly social and physical activity centers in the heart of the city. And the addition of a public library to the Rim Park facility will be a boon to all ages who live on the east side of Waterloo. The trail systems, initiated in some cases by the city and others in conjunction with the region, have enabled people of all ages, especially during the pandemic, to enjoy the outdoors and to escape the isolation of restricted indoor living. The Hillside Trail, Laurel Trail, Iron Horse, Spur Line Uptown Loop, and others have all been widely used and appreciated by citizens of all ages. At the same time, signage for walkers and cyclists has improved significantly in the last few years, making outdoor excursions easier to plan and follow. The city's promotion and encouragement of neighborhood associations, including grants, leadership opportunities, and newsletters, has also helped to build a sense of belonging and inclusion. The flourishing in the last few years of little libraries is evidence of community neighborliness. Now, in the spirit of continuous improvement, the Age-Friendly Committee would like to mention some areas where changes might be made. If we are encouraging people to enjoy the outdoors more, then facilities to enhance that enjoyment are needed. Public washrooms maintained by the city are in short supply. Citizens should not have to ask permission of restaurant and store owners to use their toilet facilities. Many European cities where pedestrianized environments thrive have ample public washrooms for people to use. At the same time, benches, chairs, and shaded rest areas provide opportunities for people to take a break from their exercise, to rest, or to converse with others. As the WHO guidelines say, outdoor seating areas should be readily available, spaced at regular intervals, well-maintained, and safe. Given our climate, four-season weather-protected areas would support people of all ages when walking or cycling in the city. A few of the ion stations have heaters, but not all. In warmer seasons, public water and mist stations would be appropriate. Water bottle refilling points and outdoor misting bars at parks and sports venues would provide relief from the heat. Electronic interactive message boards could be features of the walking and cycling trails, providing directions, information about upcoming events, or giving public information, like right now, locations of COVID vaccination sites. Providing incentives for public art is another area that would support the age friendliness of the city. Public art is always fraught with as many opinions as there are viewers, but the encouragement of an investment in the culture of the city through the purchase of art or support of it is valuable. Public art on a human scale, benches with sculptures, innovative bicycle racks, public and pet fountains, create a personal interaction with the community. The Uptown Realm strategy has mapped out development and enhancement plans for the center of Waterloo. The strategy needs to consider the role that uptown churches play in providing venues for the arts. The KW Symphony, the Wellington Winds, choirs, noon hour concert series, and other groups use uptown churches as arts performance areas. Many of these events draw audiences of older adults who need easy access, transportation, parking availability, and other amenities that allow them to attend and participate in the life of the city. As mentioned, the alterations and additions to the Waterloo Memorial Recreation Complex and the adjoining Adult Recreation Center Pavilion will be important additions to the city's infrastructure and of special interest to older adults. How to reach the facility is an issue that both the city and the Age-Friendly Committee are pursuing. Grand River Transit will need to be convinced that bus service along Father David Bauer Drive will be essential to the success of the new older adults facilities. As high-rise development and intensification continues in the city, especially around the universities, the provision of ample green spaces should not be overlooked. Public parks, open areas, grass boulevards, and inviting streetscapes should be promoted as integral to the health and development of the area. The city has done a great job of providing cycling paths for recreation and transportation. The WHO checklist, however, suggests that there should be separate paths for cyclists and pedestrians. Cyclists and pedestrians should not necessarily share the same walking and cycling space. The pandemic's influence on moving people to be outside and make use of public walkways and cycling paths has illustrated the problems of bicycles and pedestrians sharing a narrow space for exercise. Finally, the city should encourage elements that promote the inclusion of diverse members of the community. This is already happening with the many festivals and events that occur in Waterloo Square and at Waterloo Park. Anything that can be done to recognize, enjoy, and participate in our diverse community would help to fulfill the city's strategic goal of implementing strategies and tactics that strengthen the engagement of diverse and marginalized populations and all ages and support an enhanced sense of belonging within the community. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of the committee tonight.
Excellent, Rick. Thank you very much for the reminders of all the different things that we can do, particularly the Father David Bauer Drive initiative. That is key. I do have a hand up already. Councillor Hanmer, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski, through you. Rick, thank you very much for coming this evening. It was, as I was listening to you talk about the things that have been accomplished, I was reminded that the age-friendly focus has been one that's been very strong for our city, and you, no doubt, and your committee have had a good influence on that. And I look forward to hearing and seeing more of what the committee is doing. I do have a question for you, though, as this is looking at our urban design guidelines, and it's a refresh, the interim component. You may have more comments when we are doing the full refresh, but is there anything that we should be aware of at this point that is not meeting our age-friendly standards when we think about that?
Well, thank you, Sandra. The age-friendly guidelines, and I put this in the notes that I sent you. They're worth consulting to look at the checklist that they have for all of the 8 areas that the WHO prescribes, and the ones for the outdoor spaces and buildings include environment, green spaces and walkways, outdoor seating, roads, pavements, traffic, cycle paths, safety, services, buildings, and public toilets. And so in all of those areas, they have outlined a checklist that we should be aware of and striving to meet those standards that they have prescribed.
Okay, great. Thank you. And your comment about sharing roads, pedestrians, and cyclists, that's beginning to be a larger issue for us and challenge. We're hearing it through the GRAC committee as well, that it's offering some challenges. So I'm encouraged to hear it again, that we should be paying a bit more attention to use of our multi-purpose trails. So thank you for coming tonight.
Well, thank you.
I have another hand up. I'll turn over to Councillor Bonagor now.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Chambers, for coming and speaking with us and for bringing your advocacy to this lens. And I just really wanted to point out a couple of things the city has started doing. We do have a temporary washroom uptown, and there are discussions on where and how we could have a permanent one. and I'm working hard to get some shade uptown for us as well. But I particularly think this is such important work, because while you're doing it for kind of the age-friendly cities effort, I mean, this is for all ages. It's helping us with our, dealing with climate change. It's helping parents be out with their kids. So I really thank you for what you're doing on behalf of all of the other age groups and abilities in the city, because the work really helps everyone. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bonagor, and thank you, Rick. I see no further questions at this time. I will ask Max to make sure that the well-written submission by the delegate be circulated to Mr. Cotter for further circulation to the team. It makes good reading for an age-friendly city. So think of it as a briefing note, Max. And we're just going to thank you very much, Rick.
Thank you very much, Dave.
Yeah, we'll see you.
Bye.
And we'll just check with the deputy clerk to see if the phone has been ringing.
No calls, Mayor.
What a surprise. There we go. As deputy clerk informs me, there are no further speakers. This formal public meeting is concluded, and the application is now open to council for a motion and debate. And I will look to Councillor Henry.
Thank you, Mayor. And before I do that, I'll just add that, Max, if you could flip Rick's note over to the park strategy folks as well, that would be helpful, since I heard in there a few items that are also related to amenities we provide in our parks, and we're going through a public engagement last phase on that as well. So I think that would be most helpful. So I'll be happy to move the motion here, and I'll read the boilerplate. Whereas Council has considered all written and oral submissions from the public and stakeholders, and whereas Council has considered the professional opinions of planning staff, therefore be it resolved, 1, that Council approves staff report IPPW 2021-032, and 2, that Council adopt the Phase 1 general amendments to the city's urban design manual as set out in Schedule A to IPPW 2021-032. And I am happy to vote in favor of that motion.
This is Councillor Bonagor. I second the motion and vote in favour.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
Councillor Beath in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. That carries unanimously. Thanks very much, Max, for your work on this urban design manual.
Thank you.
Next up, C. Move my paperwork around here. One moment, please. Got it here. If you'd like to speak at the public planning meeting today, please call the clerk's office at 519-747-8705. This is a formal public meeting to consider zoning bylaw amendment Z2105, Activa Holdings Inc., 142 Foam Flower Place, and blocks 36, 37, 61 on draft plan of subdivision 30T05402. Any persons who want further notice of this application, including the passage of any bylaw, should contact the planner, John Voss, at 519-747-8527, or at john.voss@waterloo.ca. That is john.vos@waterloo.ca. Will the clerk please advise council of the method used to give notice of this meeting and the dates notice was given?
Notice was advertised in the Waterloo Chronicle on April 1st and June 3rd, and mailed or emailed on May 4th and June 8th to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject property and public agencies. No informal public meeting was held.
Thank you. The planner, John Voss, will now give us a brief overview of the application. Welcome, John.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, city staff, and the public. This is a formal public meeting for application Z2105, which is applicable to several large properties in Vista Hills. Next slide, please. The lands are located at 142 Foamflower Place and blocks 36, 37, and 61, which front onto Raspberry Place. The lands are dual zoned residential 6, R6, and residential 9, R9, which permits townhouses with a height of 10 meters and apartment buildings with a height of 12 meters. This was approved as part of the initial planning for the Vista Hills subdivision in the early 2000s. Next slide, please. As noted, the R6 zone permits townhouses with a height of 10 meters, as shown on the left side of the image, and the R9 zone permits apartments with a height of 12 meters, as shown on the right side of the image. In recent years, new types of low-rise, multi-unit residential buildings are proposed, including stacked townhouses and back-to-back stacked townhouses, where each unit has a separate entrance rather than being accessed from a single entrance and internal hallway. These new types of low-rise residential buildings are similar in size as townhouses and apartment buildings, but aren't currently permitted. Next slide, please. In summary, zoning amendment application Z2105 will allow multi-unit residential buildings with a maximum height of 12 meters, subject to the current regulations for apartment buildings in the R9 zone. This will capture all other types of low-rise multi-unit residential buildings. Next slide, please. Staff recommend that Council approve zoning amendment application Z2105 as outlined in the staff report. And this concludes my presentation. I'm now available to respond to any questions.
Thank you very much, John, for that brief overview. Wonderful, very succinct, love it. I'll just look to see if there's any hands to go up, and there is from Ward Councillor Royce Bodley. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski. Appreciate the overview there. And I may have some other questions after hearing from the delegations, but a quick question, sort of, it almost seems as though from in terms of what the developer is asking for here seems fairly minor in nature in terms of permitting stacked townhouse of a height that we already permit apartment buildings. Could you give me maybe a little bit of an overview as to why this wouldn't be in our current comprehensive zoning bylaw by right already, given the fact that we would permit a 12-meter apartment building?
Sure. Through Mayor to Councillor Bodley, it's the planning that was done for the Vista Hills subdivision, and then with the comprehensive zoning bylaw in recent years, really did consider what type of residential buildings we were seeing up until then, which included townhouses and stacked townhouses, which generally just had 2 levels of stacked units, so a ground floor unit and then an upper unit. There's very, very few examples of other types of units, so those weren't included in the policies in the OP as well as in the zoning bylaw. Through review of new development applications that are coming through elsewhere in the city, as well as specifically for the multi-unit blocks that are proposed here in Vista Hills, new types of multi-unit buildings are being proposed, ones that weren't previously considered. So we looked at that to see, are they similar enough to what's already permitted? And in this case, that seems to be the case.
Excellent, thank you. So just as a follow-up to that, through your Mayor Jaworski, there isn't, you don't have any sort of concerns about precedent setting here, because in your mind, perhaps this is even something that may get taken care of in a future zoning bylaw amendment or through our updating official plan. Is that fair to say?
Through Mayor Jaworski to Councillor Bodley, this application is really specific to these specific blocks within that have been identified. There are other multi-unit blocks in Vista Hills and other developments throughout the city, but those aren't being impacted as a result of this application. Those other developments will be reviewed on a case-by-case basis, but also as we're taking on and starting an official plan review, which will then result in some updates to the zoning bylaw. this will be reviewed broader on the citywide perspective to see and ensure that our policies are up to date with current development trends.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bodley. I see no further questions for you at this time, John, so thank you very much for your presentation. I do have registered delegates, a set of them, and the first I'll invite is, I think, the proponents, Pierre Chauvin, partner HSBC, along with Richard D'Alessandro, design lead, Neo Architecture. Welcome both.
Good evening, Mayor Jaworski, members of council, and members of the public and staff. My name is Pierre Chauvin with MHBC Planning. Also, as you mentioned, Richard D'Alessandro, Neo Architecture, who is the designer architect for these developments, is here in case there are any specific questions related to the architecture. I also should note that Mr. Alex Sumner is also on the line. He's the Director of Site Design for Activa Holdings. So I'm going to try to quickly go through. I'm not going to try to repeat what Mr. Voss has said, but I do want to take a moment to thank Mr. Voss for all his help in processing the application and working with us through this. And thank you very much to getting us to this point. Next slide, please. Yeah. Again, I think Mr. Voss's slide was much better than this one, and a little more recent air photo of the sites, but we've talked about where this site is located on the west side of Waterloo in the Vista Hill subdivision. Next slide. So there are 3 multiple residential blocks in the southern portion of the Vista Hill subdivision. Columbia Street forms the southern boundary. That's the road to the south, or the bottom of the image here. Stage 3 on the left-hand side of the image has one block, block 142, 64 multiple unit dwellings proposed in it with access off of Foam Flower Place, which is the circular crescent. To the east in stage 4, and I should say both stage 3 is registered and stage 4 is days away from being registered, plans of subdivision. Block 36 is on the northern or the top of the page in red, which consists of 24 multi-unit dwellings. And I'll get into more detail. I have actual site plans and images that I'll show and explain a bit more what these units look like. And then lastly, there is the most easterly block, all fronting off of, again, Raspberry Place, which is under construction as we speak. But the last block, 37/61, consists of 32 multi-unit dwellings with 20 townhouse units. So combined with the rest of the subdivision, particularly even in this southern portion of the subdivision, which consists of predominantly singles and street fronting towns, these blocks of multi-units will provide a broad range and mix and type of units, residential units. Next slide, please. So as I said, just a summary. This is just summarizing what we've seen. There's 3 multiple residential blocks that we're rezoning. They're both dual zoned, as Mr. Voss indicated, permitting apartments up to 12 meters. Each block will consist of multi-unit residential buildings. And this is really meant to provide not only a different form of housing in this community, but something that is a little more attainable, not affordable, but more attainable to the marketplace. And all the unit types conform with the Vista Hills design guidelines and community structure, and ultimately contribute to providing a complete community. All told, there'll be 120 residential units, 20 of which, with an additional 20 which are townhouses, so a total of 140 units. All 3 of these blocks will form, at the end of the day, part of one condominium, such that the intent is that the landscaping design elements will be all cohesive and they work together, and they will, such that all one condominium corporation will be able to manage all 3 blocks. It has excellent connections to the street networks and the surrounding trail networks, and we are still working through the site plan approval process with staff, and a lot of that will still be vetted through with them, including the landscaping I mentioned. And parking that we are providing is in excess of the zoning requirements. Next slide, please. So these next few slides, I'll just kind of break down the various blocks. Here is the site plan that is proposed. Again, access off of Foam Flower Place. We have access restrictions or setbacks to Columbia Street with the central amenity space. Columbia Street will be nicely landscaped with a consistent landscape feature that I'll speak to in the next block on Raspberry Place. Just next slide, please. And this is just an example of the multiple dwelling unit elevations. It's a little more contemporary style. You'll see there's the garden suite in the basement. These are full basement. They're slightly elevated out of the ground. And then 3 stories of units. And again, so these particular units are at the 12-meter height that we're requesting. Next slide, please. Again, block 36, there's a bit of a unique aspect with this particular development. The block B and I'll say the top end of the page has visitable units, so they're fully accessible, wheelchair accessible, at-grade entrances, wider doorways, etc. There are units above that are not, but so that is a sort of a modified form of a stacked town. And then the block A, which is at the bottom of the page, is actually a back-to-back multiple dwelling unit, and it's built on a slab as opposed to a basement. There are reasons for that in terms of economics, and so again, providing a different form of housing in this community and different types, variety to the market. Next slide, please. So again, here is a number of renderings of the top image would be the back-to-back towns, and then the image on the right would be at the top right is the bottom units are the visitable units. They're fully accessible, and there are units above, 2-story units above. And then the bottom image is a complete view of both buildings together. So again, similar color schemes, similar materials as the other block, and you'll see the same theme in the last block. Next slide, please. Again, the last block, the bottom of the page, so this is a little oriented to fit on the page. It's oriented a little differently. You'll see on the right hand, Columbia Street is running, actually running east-west in this location, but seems to be running north-south on the page. But effectively, the access is at the bottom of the page, which is Raspberry Place, and the blocks A, E, and D, which back onto the single detaches home lots that are on Raspberry Place, will be the townhouses. The other blocks B and C are the multiple unit or types of dwellings. So again, we can just, and then like I mentioned, the landscaping along Columbia will be consistent as what was found on the other block that backs on to Columbia, with pedestrian accesses out to Columbia, as well as out to the future park and Hydro Quarter, which has a trail to the north. And last slide, please. And no surprise, very consistent image as before. Again, all the same condos, so trying to keep the same feel and look and same materials, very natural earth tone colors. And I'm sure Richard can speak more eloquently to this than I can. Last slide, please. So just in summary, it's our opinion that this represents good planning, and effectively would ask that council support the staff recommendation. Ultimately, this form of design, like I said from the get-go, provides a complete community and a broad mix and range of units, and the height that we're asking for allows us to provide that design flexibility, sort of that raised basement or garden units, building units with slab on grade, which will help meet the demands and needs of the market. that Activa is experiencing today. So those are my comments, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Pierre. I do see a hand up already. I'll turn over to Councillor Freeman with a reminder that Pierre does have backup from NEO and from Activa.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski, through you. I just had a question. You said earlier in the presentation that access from these particular lots onto Columbia Street wasn't permitted. Can you just expand on that a little bit? I just wanted to make sure I understand why the access to these properties are where it is. I gather you're trying to create a community, but I'd rather hear a little bit more about that, please.
Sure. Well, these blocks have been designed from the very beginning to have access internally and direct the traffic internal to the local collector road, ultimately out to Columbia, which is more of an arterial functions as an arterial road. These blocks are registered, and when they were registered, a 1 foot reserve was created along the fringes of Columbia. So we don't have effectively access to, that's what I mean, we don't have access to the road unless that reserve is lifted. Ultimately, though, the plan was always contemplated to be designed such that the traffic was directed internally and then to Columbia.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, I had a follow-up.
Thank you. Please go.
Yeah. Is it commonplace that that's how things are done in terms of neighborhood planning?
Through you, Mayor, generally you want to try it. Yes, it is, and I guess the short answer, yes. Having done this for over 20 years, you try to design multiple blocks to either have immediate access or connection to a collector road. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have to be on the road, but close immediate access. This was an intent with Columbia Street being a boulevarded street that has limited sort of movements in. You would effectively be limited to a right in, right out. It does kind of limit the full access movement into these blocks. So I guess it is not uncommon, and it happens, but there are certain circumstances where you want to have higher densities, for example, and I don't consider these high densities by any stretch. I think this is gentle density, what I would call it, where you would want higher densities on more higher order streets to handle the traffic volumes. But I don't think we're not talking about, with these types of densities, we're not talking significant amount of traffic volumes.
That's great. Thank you very much. And I guess my last question is just, in your opinion, does access to these locations off of the internal roads represent good planning?
Mr. Mayor, as summarized in my slide right here, absolutely yes.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Thank you. I will turn it over to Councillor Bodley, who's up next.
Thank you again, Mayor Jaworski, and through you, thank you for that presentation. Really nice to see how the rest of this development may end up looking at the end of the day. I know for folks out in Vista Hills that have endured a lot of construction activity for many years, seeing more construction activity means we're getting closer to the light at the end of the tunnel when everything will be completed out there, which is great news. In this particular area of the Vista Hills subdivision, I think it's extremely important that we have pedestrian connectivity to not only Columbia Street, so that folks are not having to take a circuitous route around the around Foam Flower and or Raspberry Place out to Lady Slipper. So I'm wondering if you can comment on pedestrian connectivity out to Columbia Street, whether that is going to exist from these sites, and at the same time, I'll double up there if you could speak to particularly in the Raspberry Place side of the development, whether there's any contemplation for connectivity either out to the Hydro Corridor Trail or directly into the forest geotime trail. If you could speak to that, that would be great.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Great question. Again, the short answer is absolutely yes. There are connections in both blocks to Columbia Street. Columbia Street is a transit route, and in fact, one of the stops is just off of the block off of Foam Flower, and we have a direct pedestrian connection to that transit stop. There's also a park block north of that Foam Flower block, which we are connecting to, which has a trail connection through to that. And then there will be a third connection southerly towards Columbia if people want to travel that direction. And the same idea on the Raspberry block, as we have two pedestrian connections out to Columbia and a third connection to the north to the adjacent park block, which then also connects to the Hydro Corridor. So there are, yes, multiple connections for pedestrian, which provides access to the transit. I also should mention we do have on-site indoor bicycle storage to promote multi-modes of transportation. So all the blocks that we're speaking of will have bicycle storage lockers.
Awesome. You answered my question and more, so I really appreciate that. And I'm really excited about the pedestrian connectivity through these areas. I think it's going to be excellent. My last question for you, if I may. So it was sort of alluded to that this type of stacked townhouse is sort of a new-ish sort of product in the marketplace. And I'm wondering if maybe you or Activa, or I'm wondering if you have any examples in the region that if I have residents who are inquiring about what this ultimately might look like, do you have any addresses or within the region that you might be able to share that I could give as sort of examples of what these might look like to residents?
Sure. I may have to turn to Alex for the specific addresses, but the locations I know of quite familiar. The stacked townhouse is a variation of other stacked townhouses that Activa or its previous or another company that they acquired, Deerfield Homes, has built in the past. There are examples on Fisher Hallman Road by Huron Road in Kitchener. There's numerous examples in Kitchener. A lot of these examples will be in Kitchener, unfortunately.
We love Kitchener. That's okay.
Yeah, Ottawa Street on your way to Trussler Road. There's another multiple development block that has a similar type of stacked townhouses. I say similar in the sense that there's that bottom unit, garden unit, and then a unit on the first floor, and the second and third floor are 2 additional units. So in each sort of segment, there's 4 total units. So if you can imagine, there's 4 homes stacked on top of each other, and then 4 connected next to each other. So those are some of the examples of stacked. The townhouses that we're building, again, they're slab on grade, which is a little unique, so no basements. Those types of units, Activa's found a great, believe it or not, great demand for those. They're far more efficient to build, as you can appreciate, without the foundation. So the price point is good, but that also leads to providing a bit more additional building height in order to accommodate that extra story. Examples of that would be, well, I'll call it the Ormston subdivision, Kitchener, which is in the Dune South community. And then the other products are fairly new. Actually, the visitable units that I alluded to, block 36, those are built in, again, they're Activa Stauffer Wood subdivision in Kitchener, off of I want to say Thomas Lee Drive. I could be forgetting the street names. But those are, and the back-to-back units, those are a little more new. and have those, or I don't believe we have examples of those quite yet.
That's awesome. Thank you very much for that.
And that fulsome answer has answered Councillor Bonagor's question. And thank you very much, Councillor Bodley, for asking about those access questions with respect to the Geotime Trail and to bus service. That was something I had spotted as well. So thank you very much for handling that. I see no further questions. So I think that is all for your delegation, Pierre, Richard, and I didn't catch who was with Activa, the site supervisor, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
And with that, we do have two delegates coming up. The first one, Pramod Vasista, resident of Waterloo, who, based on registration time, has up to 10 minutes like the last delegation. We'll just invite Pramod in.
Hi, Mayor, and thanks for giving us the opportunity to talk about our request here. All right, so we are presenting Foam Flower Place. I also have my neighbors, Jasmeet and a couple more who are in this call. I would share this 10 minutes with them. Our request would be clear in order to connect the new stacked towns directly to the Columbia Street. The arterial road goes just next to it. And, you can make we have submitted a collective petition as well to the City Council depicting the map. And that way it reduces the traffic to the Foam Flower Place because there's a park just next to the entry and exit for 142 Foam Flower. Kids will be playing, it can reduce the traffic, and that is our interest on a best effort for all us as well as the newly occupying residents for 142 Foam Flower. There are some important examples which we have shared where the Planning Commission has done a good job, but there are also examples where houses are directly connected to Columbia Street. And in our petition, we did make a point, we document that also, and took a screenshot of the intersections where such a medium, or what you rightly call it as a gentle, dense apartments are directly connected to Columbia Street or the arterial road. So importantly, if there is any question about the snow area, the snow dump area, or other things, that can absolutely be used in today's today's road, which connects to Foam Flower Place later on. That way, it is a win-win situation for everyone, us, the Foam Flower Place residents, the new residents, the city, as well as the developer. This is a humble request in the best interest for everyone. So I would like to turn the table for a couple of my other residents who would like to turn their microphone on and want to express their interest.
Well, at this point in time, we're taking delegates one at a time. And I do know that another delegate, Yasmeet Singh, has registered and will be speaking shortly. So each person is speaking as an individual based on the registration.
Excellent. That's perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, so just hold the line, and I'll look to see if any councillors have questions on your delegation.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And I see Councillor Bodley has put up his hand for a comment. Please go ahead, Councillor Bodley.
Sorry, thank you through Mayor Jaworski. Sorry for stealing the show here on this. We rarely get development applications in my ward lately, so. I just wanted to take the time to thank Pramod for delegating here this evening and for the conversations that we've had, the numerous conversations we've had prior to today. I may have some follow-up conversations or questions that I have to staff. I don't have any questions for Pramod. I just wanted to say thank you for coming by and delegating.
Thank you, Bodley. Appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Bodley, for thanking the delegate. So with that, thank you very much. I'm going to move on to the next delegate, Yasmeet Singh. Based on registration time, Yasmeet gets up to 5 minutes to delegate, and we'll just wait for the deputy clerk to allow Yasmeet in.
Thanks, Mayor Jaworski.
Thank you. And if you could speak up and continue with your delegation, that'd be great.
Yeah, so I'm a resident of Homeflower Place, and as my friend Pramod highlighted the concerns he has regarding the increased vehicular traffic on the current Homeflower Road. So I'm also concerned with the increased number of cars which will be moving on Homeflower Place once the stacked townhouses are built. And so it's my request to the city to rethink and try to connect the townhouses directly from Columbia Street, as it will be very beneficial for the potential residents of the stacked townhomes at 142, as well as the current residents on Homeflower Place. And I am also concerned with the increase in height of the townhomes, as our homes are directly, as the new townhomes are directly coming behind our homes. So it will, number one, reduce the amount of sunlight entering our homes. And the next thing is it can cause privacy issues, because if the height of the townhouses is increased, then like houses, our houses will have privacy concerns. Thanks. That's it from my side.
No, thank you very much for delegating tonight. Now I might ask Councillor Bodley again to weigh in, particularly maybe even a question of staff eventually on the height, if there are any height changes. Councillor Bodley, would you take the floor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jaworski. Again, I'll thank the delegate. Although you and I have not had the chance to chat, I know that Pramod has been very gracious with his time in connecting with many of the folks who live on Homeflower there. So I'm sure you and Pramod have had the chance to chat. And as I said to Pramod, I'm more than open to chatting with anybody else who lives in the area, and some of your other neighbors have taken me up on that. So in future, please don't hesitate to reach out to me directly if you ever want to chat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bodley, and to our delegate Yasmeet. I don't see any further hands up for questions on your delegations. Thank you very much. Very succinct and clear. I will now call on the Deputy Clerk to let me know if any other people have called in with respect to their delegation.
Mayor, we have not received any more delegations.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mayor, somebody just called in. If you give us a couple of minutes, we'll connect them.
Okay, one moment, please.
Thank you. Mayor, we have the delegation online. I'm going to unmute them.
Thank you very much. I'll just ask the delegation to introduce themselves and indicate, by name I mean, and their residence, city of residence. And our delegation will have 5 minutes, and this will be our last delegation for tonight.
Mayor, we have the delegation online. I'm going to unmute them.
Thank you very much. I'll just ask the delegation to introduce themselves and indicate by name, I mean, and the residents, city residents. And our delegation will have 5 minutes, and it should be our last delegation for tonight.
Mayor, we have the delegation of
Thank you very much. I'll just ask the delegation to introduce themselves and indicate by name, I mean, and the residents, city residents. And our delegation will have 5 minutes, and it should be our last delegation for tonight.
Mayor, we have the delegation
Thank you very much. I'll just ask the delegation to introduce themselves and indicate by name, I mean, and the residents, city residents. And our delegation will have 5 minutes.
Hi, sorry, I'm hoping that the delegation can hear me. It appears as though your microphone is looping the YouTube feed. So we're going to ask you to, if you are watching this meeting on YouTube, to please close your browser at this time. You're unmuted. In a moment, I'm going to ask you to speak. And I'll let you know if we can't hear you. We may need you to disconnect and we'll call back out to you. So do you want to try speaking now, delegation?
Yes.
Okay, we can hear you now. Thank you. We'll just get you to introduce yourself with your name and your municipality of residence, please.
Okay, can I speak right now?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Oh, hi. I think I have to close the YouTube browser, right?
Right now, you're sounding fine, so please go ahead, and you have up to 5 minutes. Just introduce yourself and name your municipality.
Awesome. Thank you. Sorry for the, this is the first time, and thank you for holding this council meeting. And thank you for the opportunity to, for the residents to speak up during the meeting. So I'm one of the residents at the Foam Flower Place, and I want to address the privacy concerns within our community because the stacked townhouses will welcome 64 households, and where my house located is directly, so the stacked townhouses, one block will directly behind our house and our backyard, which means with this 2 meters higher 2 meters increase, which will slightly reduce our sunlight. And meanwhile, it will affect our privacy. And where the stacked townhouse is located, and also they have 3 and 4 floors, they will directly see through our bedrooms in that direction, and also all of our activities in the main floor and backyard. So I'm wondering if the city can, like, in addition to build this 1.8 meters wooden fence, can you please also like give us higher trees to protect the privacy, just to make this community feeling like more comfortable or much better to live here, because that community will be a more private one. They have their neighbors, but we have our neighbors. It's hard for us to like, you know, to know each other and play around, but we want to have our community protected better in this way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I don't think I heard your name at the start of your presentation. Could you just give that for the clerk's records, please?
Yeah, Alicia, A-L-I-C-I-A.
Thank you. And your surname?
L-I, Lee.
Oh, Ali. Sorry. Thank you for that. I do have Councillor Bodley on the line. Please go ahead, Councillor Bodley.
Yes, thank you through you, Mayor Jaworski. Hi, Alicia. Again, we haven't had a chance to meet, but thank you for coming out and delegating here tonight. I have just a quick question for you with respect to the height of the buildings back there. As we heard earlier, what is permitted back there by right would be a 12-meter, 4-story apartment building, and that's been in place since 2006. And knowing that the folks who live on Foam Flower, Foam Flower is pretty new. I can't imagine anybody who lives on Foam Flower having lived there for more than a year. When you purchased your home, what did your real estate agent tell you was going to be in behind your house?
Oh, they inform us there will be some potential resident, but we didn't realize it will just directly behind us. I mean, and also the distance between these two buildings is 15 meters. So 7.5 meters is our backyard, and 7.5 is the landscaping. And we were thinking a lot, like planning. We did some personal planning around, like, imagine how they will build this apartment. We thought it's apartment, but we didn't realize it's the direction, the blocks is just the street behind us. We thought it was gonna along the Columbia Street, like apartment, instead of like 3 blocks directly behind us. Same direction and higher. I mean, just behind us.
Sorry, lost my mute button there for a second. Thank you for that, Alicia. And it seems unfortunate. It seems unfortunately that you got a bit of incomplete information, unfortunately, and in terms of what could be there, because whether we approve or don't approve what's going forward today, as was stated by staff, it has always been contemplated that 12-meter buildings could be built in that location. So I'm really apologetic, or it is unfortunate that that's sort of the direction that you were led when you purchased the home. But nevertheless, I do want to say, regardless of what happens there, I am very optimistic. There's obviously a lot of passion in the Foam Flower Place area, and when we combine the passion for the folks who live in Foam Flower Place with the passion for folks who live in Vista Hills, with the neighborhood association that's just gotten started, that's doing a lot of really great things, I think I think we're going to have really excellent community back there, regardless of what ends up happening tonight. But again, I just wanted to say thanks for coming out, and thank you for chatting and giving me some additional feedback to contemplate. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see no further questions, Alicia. Thank you very much for calling in tonight and participating in the City of Waterloo Council meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, let me just catch my place here. As Deputy Clerk informs me, make sure I have the right one. As the Deputy Clerk informs me, there are no further speakers for this formal public meeting. It is concluded, and the application is now open to Council for a motion and debate. If anyone watching would like to see further notice of this application after the meeting, please contact the planner, John Voss, at 519-747-8527 or at john.vos@waterloo.ca. And with that, I might look to the ward councillor to take us forward, or if you have, I think you had further questions of staff still, Councillor Bodley, is that correct?
I do, but perhaps I'll let Councillor Bonagor go, since she also has questions, and I've been monopolizing the time here lately.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I had not seen that. Thank you very much for pointing that out. Please go ahead, Councillor Bonagor.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski and Councillor Bodley. No worries at all, you're doing great. So I just have a couple of questions for staff, just following on from some of the concerns raised by the residents. Particularly where they were asking about, the traffic potential on those, for lack of a better word, internal streets. Can staff give me some idea if access to Columbia was given, how would that impact potentially the safety of the transit and traffic and the bike lanes on Columbia?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Bonagor. I have prepared a bit of a broader discussion about the petition in response to the petition, if that would be helpful, or would you like to keep it specific to the question?
I'm happy to start general and then get specific if we need to.
Let's do that. It might help expedite some other concerns as well at the same time. So thanks again to the neighbors for preparing the petition and thoroughly describing some of their concerns as it relates to this. I've had some time to review it with my colleagues in transportation and provide a bit of a summary. So I'll try to provide this, and then if there's any more detailed, we can go down to these specific issues. So overall, the city's road system is designed with a network of local roads, minor and major collectors, arterial roads, and ultimately leading to provincial highways. That's a bit of the hierarchy. The official plan requires vehicles to enter the road network on a local road whenever possible before connecting to collector and arterial roads at intersections. So these measures will reduce the number of driveways on busy roads, which would disrupt traffic flow and create a safety concern. So looking specifically at this property, 142 Foam Flower as an example, Foam Flower Place is a local road and has been designed to handle the vehicles from the multi-unit development in addition to other houses and townhouses on the street. So from Foam Flower Place, vehicles can then connect onto Lady Slipper Drive and onwards to Columbia and beyond. Columbia Street itself is an arterial road, which is a very high order of road designed to move a lot of vehicles efficiently through the city. Driveways are generally not permitted on Columbia Street for reasons of safety, traffic congestion, anti-idling, road maintenance, etc. In this particular location, Columbia Street is a one direction only due to the center median, and the curve of the road would make it difficult for vehicles to see oncoming traffic. There's also a bus stop and a multi-use trail that goes along this side of the property, which would then create potential hurdles for pedestrians, cyclists, as well as interruptions with the bus stop, all these other factors. In response to the petition, I should also note that the new park on Foam Flower Place will include a gate and bollards along the street line, which creates a barrier so kids don't run onto the street. So these features are designed to ensure that that's going to be a safe interface. So based on all of this, staff recommend the driveway be retained on Foam Flower Street and not be permitted onto Columbia Street as initially planned as part of the Vista Hills subdivision plan.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. That answers my questions for staff. Thank you. Thanks, John.
No problem.
Excellent, thank you. And I will turn it over to Councillor Bodley.
Thank you. And yeah, I mean, those are my questions too. And I think just to sum up or wrap up on these points, Councillor Freeman asked a really poignant question to the proponent there, which I will also pose to staff as well too. This subdivision, or this part of the subdivision, was designed 15 years ago. 15 years ago, when the sort of transportation network was mapped out in this area of the subdivision. I'm not sure who or if anyone was around back then who could maybe speak to this, but do staff continue to believe that the way the transportation network was designed back in 2006 is good planning from not only a development planning perspective, but also from a transportation network perspective?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Bodley, I can respond to that, although I wasn't around working in those days, but I've been very involved in reviewing next phases of the Vista Hills subdivision, as well as some involvement with the Platinum Drive extension and some of the impacts that has. And through all of that work in the transportation studies, it really reinforces the fact that the design that was proposed all those years ago is still effective and still is a proper way to manage traffic flow into the subdivision. As well as then to mitigate traffic that's internal to the subdivision, specifically for the local roads that are connecting through. So it's still a very valid plan, and the phasing with Platinum Drive opening up has really allowed for future phases of Vista Hills to open up as well. So there's a lot of planned intent that is coming now to fruition and continues to be very valid.
Awesome. And I have one last unrelated question, if that's okay, Mayor Jaworski, before we move on.
Go ahead. No, good.
Thank you. Simply, I simply wanted to maybe highlight something beyond the connectivity of the trails and the completion of the parks and the connectivity pedestrian-wise to Columbia Street. That's highlighted there. One thing that I know continues to be a challenge, and I understand that it's tricky because, excuse me. It's tricky because the subdivision is still being built out and it's not all completed as we envision it at this stage. But we have a significant challenge with traffic speeds on Lady Slipper. And it is in particular a major problem that I foresee with folks who live in that Foam Flower subdivision looking to access the Geotime Trail across the street from Lady Slipper, in that we don't really have a great safe crossing. They're either going south and down to the Platinum roundabout, or they're going north up to the Dewdrops roundabout and then circling back. And I would just like to flag for transportation staff that with the exceptional speeds that we see on Lady Slipper in our most recent traffic studies, that the potential of looking at some sort of a raised crossing that would connect the Hydro Corridor Trail from the east to the west side of Lady Slipper for the folks that are on Foam Flower, I think might be a really excellent way to improve the pedestrian realm in that area, especially for folks on Foam Flower. So I don't really need a response to that necessarily, but it was just something that I wanted to flag before we move forward. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, I'll just note that those comments are noted, and I'll make sure they're passed along to my colleagues in the Transportation Division. And we're actively monitoring traffic speeds. I understand there's a traffic sign with a speed camera on it, or some other mechanism, but this is an area that we're reviewing. But I'll make sure those comments are passed along to Transportation.
Thanks, John. Mayor Jaworski, would you like me to move it forward at this time?
I would. If you have that Bill 73 thing in your hand, that'd be handy.
I love reading off a page.
Awesome.
Whereas Council has considered all written and oral submissions from the public and stakeholders, and whereas Council has considered the professional opinions of planning staff, therefore be it resolved. 1, that Council approve report IPPW 2021-042, and 2, that Council approve zoning bylaw amendment Z 2105, Activa Holdings Inc., 142 Foam Flower Place, and blocks 36, 37, and 61 on draft plan of subdivision 30T-05402 in accordance with section 7 of report IPPW 2021-042. And if there's no further debate, I will not only move that motion, but also vote in favor of it.
Councillor Veith here. Oh, sorry.
Perfect.
Sorry, Councillor Veith here. I would be happy to second the motion and vote in favor.
Councillor Freeman, I just had a process question. Did we close the formal meeting before bringing forth a vote?
I did.
Oh, I missed it. So I apologize for that, and I vote in favor.
Councillor Henry, in favor.
Councillor Bonagor, in favor.
Councillor Hanmer, in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. That carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Councillor Bodley, for handling the residents' questions. I think they probably still have some further questions with respect to understanding of what, as you said, was a lot of as of right things. Not a lot was actually changed tonight, except for maybe the interiors of some buildings. But thank you very much for working hard as a ward councillor and being a contact point for Promote. With that, we will move on to D. And a reminder, if you'd like to speak at tonight's public planning meeting, please call the clerk's office at 519-747-8705. This is a formal public meeting to consider zoning bylaw amendment Z2106 to remove the holding symbol from 164 and 168 King Street South and 8 George Street, Your Neighborhood Credit Union Limited. Any persons who want further notice of this application, including the passage of any bylaw, should contact the planner, Rita Zilak, at 519-747-8650, or at rita.zilak at waterloo.ca. That's spelled RITA.SZILOCK at waterloo.ca. Will the clerk please advise council of the method used to give notice of this meeting and the date notice was given?
Notice was advertised in the Waterloo Chronicle on June 10th,
2021, and mailed or emailed on June 8th, 2021 to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject property and to public agencies.
The planner will now give us a brief overview of the application. Welcome, Rita.
Good evening, Mayor Jaworski, members of council. I don't have a formal presentation to give, but I can certainly give a brief overview of the application. So the applicant is proposing to build an 8-story mixed-use building on the site. In March of 2020, council approved the site-specific official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to permit this proposed development. At the time of this original official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application, the applicant was not yet ready to submit the scoped hydrogeological study requested by the region of Waterloo at the time, and therefore a holding provision was placed on the site until the requested scoped hydrogeological study could be submitted. The purpose of zoning bylaw amendment application Z2106, currently in front of council this evening, is to lift the holding provision from the site, as the required scoped hydrogeological study has now been received to the satisfaction of the region of Waterloo and the city of Waterloo. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
I just did all of that on mute. Well, thank you very much, Rita, for your presentation. And what I will do is invite our registered delegate, of which we have one, Trevor Hawkins, partner at MHBC, to please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski, members of council. No presentation. We're just here this evening in support of staff's recommendation, and like Ms. Zeluk, I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have.
That must have been a 20-second briefing. Well done, Trevor. I will now look to see if any hands are shooting up. Ward Councillor Bonagor, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. Mr. Hawkins, I don't have a question related to your super quick delegation. I'm just anticipating some questions from residents. Do we have a timeline in mind for when this project might get underway?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, I think I would have said we would have started this project already. So I think the credit union is anxious to move forward. I expect I'll be discussing final site plan approval with staff as soon as possible, and then we'll move into hopefully a building permit in the fall.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much.
And I do not see any other questions at this point, Trevor. So thank you very much for being here tonight to represent and to answer any questions we had.
Yep.
I will. Yep, no problem. I will now look to the deputy clerk to let us know if anybody has called in.
Sorry, no more delegations.
Thank you very much, Natalia. As the deputy clerk informs me, there are no further speakers. This formal public meeting is concluded, and the application is now open to council for a motion and debate. If anyone watching would like to see further notice of this application, please contact the planner at 519-747-8650. I'll now look perhaps to the ward councillor to consider taking us forward.
Yes, thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski. I shall read the motion to approve the application. Whereas council has considered all written and oral submissions from the public and stakeholders, and whereas council has considered the professional opinions of planning staff, Therefore be it resolved that Council approve staff report IPPW 2021-048, and that Council approve zoning bylaw amendment Z2106, Your Neighbourhood Credit Union Limited, for 164 and 168 King Street South and 8 George Street, in accordance with Section 5 of Staff Report IPPW 2021-048. And I will be voting in favour.
Councillor Hanmer, I'm happy to second the motion, and I too will vote in favor.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
And Councillor Freeman was not daydreaming through the declaration by the mayor to close the meeting, and I vote in favor, so I apologize again for earlier.
Councillor Henry in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too, and thank you very much for that comforting reminder that I actually did do the job for sure this time. Thank you very much, Councillor Freeman. And with that, that's approved. So thank you very much. We move on from, oh, thank you very much, Rita. We move on to item 15, Councillor Bodley. And because this was published, we do not need to waive notice of motion, but I thought I'd give you a chance to talk about it. No need to read it directly, but to talk about what this notice is about that everybody on council has in front of them.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jaworski. I've got sort of some thoughts on where this is coming from. I'm sure everyone on council has had the chance to read it, and hopefully members of the public as well. And I just wanted to give a little bit of sort of background on why this is something that I felt so passionate about and wanted to pursue. So started, I guess, back during the campaign. This was my first time campaigning, and I would repeatedly hear the refrain that I'm not allowed to vote. And you know, I'm ashamed to say that probably the first time that I heard that, I just thanked the person that I was talking to for their time and moved on to the next door. You know, 10,000 doors to hit in 8 weeks. I can't spend time on somebody who isn't allowed to vote. But the second and third and fourth time, it really started to resonate. And I would start to say, you know, whether or not you're allowed to vote, it is possible that I might be your counselor, and I at least want to introduce myself. And as I would continue to hear it repeatedly, I would engage with them, I would ask them questions and share my vision for the ward and for the city, because their opinion matters, their voice matters, and I wanted them to know that they could reach out to me in the unlikely event that I did become their counselor. And so I think we should not be afraid to hear from more voices. On the contrary, I think inclusion makes us better. And to suggest that permanent residents are not already an integral part of city building would be incorrect. As I stated in the motion, they contribute greatly to the economic prosperity of our city. They also contribute through their community involvement, volunteering, philanthropy, arts, culture, and more, and our local elected officials should be accountable to them. Waterloo is an extraordinary, world-class, vibrant city with residents from a host of backgrounds, and yet our councils and our school boards are not necessarily reflective of that. And so encouraging political participation early in residents' journeys towards citizenship may help us change this representation. The process to become a permanent resident is costly and it is time consuming. Permanent residents, as the name suggests, they are residents who intend to be in Canada long term. It is true that the vast majority of permanent residents eventually become citizens. In fact, if we look at citizenship trends over the long-term horizon, they are actually increasing the longer that you've been here. If you've been here 15 years or more, the percentage of people who have become citizens is actually higher than it was back in 1996. You could sort of take that in one of two directions. We're encouraging citizenship today, and that things should not change. Or you could say these folks are extremely likely to be permitted to vote in local elections eventually, so why not let them vote sooner? In an increasingly mobile world, I question whether citizenship is still the strongest reflection of participation in local municipal services. We are far likelier to have an influx of new residents to the city via intercity migration than we would have decades ago. We welcome them to the city, encourage them to participate in municipal services, and indeed they are afforded the right to vote, even if they have only been here for a short period. Permanent residents, on the other hand, can live in the city for many years, work towards their citizenship, utilize these services, and yet have no voice in the process. And again, when we look at that Stats Canada data, a few unfortunate trends emerge, lending more credence to permitting voting in local elections as a permanent resident. First, the process is taking longer than it ever has. More alarmingly, we are seeing a noticeable decline in citizenship rates correlated directly to income levels. In 1996, there was little to no difference in citizenship rates by income bracket. In the ensuing years, we have created essentially a citizenship inequality based on income levels. So this is disenfranchising our most vulnerable residents, and from a municipal perspective is disproportionately impacting the voices in our community that we are hearing from. So I just share another quote. Why do you care what I think? I'm not allowed to vote anyways. And these words really echo in my head. I heard this when I was out door knocking, asking people about leaves and chickens and fires. And they thought that I didn't care what they had to say, what they had to say. These are homeowners, they're residents of our community, they're taxpayers, their children attend the schools my children attended, and they're as much a part of this community as I was, if not more, and yet they feel like their opinion doesn't count because they are not permitted to hold me accountable at the ballot box. So when we talk about the disenfranchisement of these residents, it is not theory. The barriers to engagement at our local municipalities and within our school boards are real, and harnessing the enthusiasm of permanent residents to participate in our local elections can only help us collectively build the inclusive and equitable community that we all desire. And so with that, I wanted to thank Immigration Partnership who worked with me to sort of gather some of the data and statistics on this and help me craft the motion. And I want to thank Council for considering this motion. I look forward to any further debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bodley. And I know Councillor Bonnegar, when it's ready, will be happy to second. But I think we're just going to go for comments now, and then we'll go for the moving and seconding later. So Councillor Bonnegar, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski. So I had very similar conversations at doors when I was campaigning, very similar to the ones that Councillor Bodley was talking about. But my answer was different because I've been through immigration. I've waited for permanent residency, and then I've waited for my citizenship, and it took a really long time. My home country, well, my other home country of Australia does not allow people who are overseas to cast a vote. So I had 10 years of my life where I wasn't able to vote anywhere. That was really hard. And it does kind of create a barrier to getting involved. So when I would be speaking at the door, and when someone would say, well, I'm not a permanent resident, I can't vote, I could just tell them, yeah, I was like that too, but you still live here and I still want to know what's important to you. And when people heard someone say, even though you're not a citizen, you're still important and I still want to know what you think, it led to really great conversations. And those conversations are still like part of what informs me when I'm, coming up, facing different decisions here at council. So I think this is a really valuable thing to raise. It's a really important question to ask. And the fact that this is for municipal elections, I think is additionally powerful. As you know, the things we're dealing with, it's the most tangible, direct form of government in people's lives. So this is a way that people can actually take a role in shaping the world around them, like directly around them. I think that this is a really powerful way to help build belonging and to help support engagement for people across the city, because that's, it's just a way to say you're here, it's not easy to get permanent residency. It doesn't happen at the drop of a hat, and it doesn't happen overnight. So for the people who they've invested enough in Canada to get their permanent residency, and they're still here, they're still investing in Canada while they wait for their citizenship. I just think it's a really great opportunity and a great idea to give them the chance to dig in a bit deeper and to really feed the soil where they live. So just as one immigrant who's been through the mill, I just want to say I think this is a really great initiative, a great idea, and I thank Councillor Bodley for bringing it forward for discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Bonagor. And, you know, I too feel that we represent all 140,000 citizens. Some can't vote because of age, but why the rest can't vote? It should be enabled because either way, from this council term strategic pillar on equity and sense of belonging, I think this is the right thing to do. We're working hard for literally all the people, and all the people should have a say. I will turn it over to Councillor Henry. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Bodley for bringing this forward. I appreciate the spirit in which he has done so, and the reasons that he's provided, along with Councillor Bonagor's personal experience on the other side of the question for why this is something that seems sound and practical and a modest and reasonable change. It isn't, however, something that I think is as straightforward a question to consider, and is as easy to for me at least to say yes to. And there are a number of reasons that I'd like to go through in saying that. First, I commend Councillor Bodley for doing the research with the help of the Immigration Partnership Council into citizenship trends. The first time I got a question from the Immigration Partnership Council in my first election some time ago on this matter and this issue, I did the same thing, and certainly was noted the high rates of citizenship attainment and the comparatively favorable rates of citizenship attainment in Canada relative to really all of the other Western democracies out there that we have and continue to have very high citizen attainment. But I appreciate in particular the point that Councillor Bodley has raised here, that there is a growing inequity in obtaining citizenship, and I think that is significant and is a problem that we should seize on, and that government should be seized with. There should in fact be no inequality to who is able to obtain citizenship. We've heard our federal government say that a Canadian is a Canadian and is a Canadian when speaking about non-resident Canadians who are abroad being able to vote in elections, which wasn't permitted for some time, to how people are able to dress in a way that meets their culture and their faith during citizenship ceremonies. We have heard that line, and since there is growing inequality, surely that's the call to action for our federal government and senior governments to sink their teeth into, to deal with that inequality, so everybody truly can become a Canadian, and there isn't a difference based on income, based on what country you came from originally, and that we were able to solve that problem. And if that's what we were talking about here today, I would wholeheartedly support that and be happy to talk to our counterparts at the federal level to really sink their teeth into that work and to roll up our sleeves to do that here. But this motion doesn't propose a solution to that growing inequality. Instead, it seeks simply to get around the problem of enfranchisement with extending it at the local level. And I appreciate the reasons why that the municipal government certainly provides services to all people regardless of citizenship, and that and that's something that's important, and that people certainly are using it at similar levels, and that matters. But the same thing's true from services from other levels of government as well. And in fact, many issues that are central to the quality of life of new Canadians and their ability to find belonging and settlement and here in their new communities, from credential recognition, from labor rights and labor law and vulnerability in employment, to landlord-tenant relations and the ability to find and secure housing, much of which comes from senior government, to access to healthcare, and those things that provide strong foundations in wraparound services. So setting a line between municipal and provincial or federal levels of government for the franchise isn't something that for me is consistent with how we've understood the rights and responsibilities of citizenship and the access to the franchise for those kinds of pieces. It's absolutely true that new Canadians, whether they have just arrived, whether they become permanent residents on their journey, or after they become citizens, all work hard every day through every step of that process to make our city better. They also make our province and our country better. And I don't see the dividing line between municipal and provincial services and the franchise that my colleagues do here. And I think that the buried issue here is the growing inequality that we may be seeing in citizenship attainment. And for me, that's the fight worth having if we're going to be asking senior governments to take on this issue.
Thank you. I see no further comments, Councillor Bodley, so I think you can go ahead with your moving and voting, along with Councillor Bonagor.
Excellent. Thank you. And I do appreciate Councillor Henry's commentary as well. And I think it is a worthy statement about advocating to the higher levels of government on the inequality piece, broadly speaking in general. So thank you for that, Councillor Henry. And it was my intention to highlight that. So thank you for pushing that forward as well too. But that said, I'm happy with the motion, obviously, since I wrote it. But I'd be happy to move the motion and vote in favor of it.
And this is Councillor Bonagor. I am happy to second the motion, and I will also be voting in favour.
Councillor Hanmer, in favor.
Councillor Veith, in favor.
Councillor Freeman, in favor.
Councillor Henry, opposed.
And I was going to say Councillor Jaworski. And the mayor's in favor too. So that carries with one in opposition for the reasons well noted. And with that, congratulations, Councillor Bodley, on your hard work on this. I know it's many months, and I'm sure Immigration Partnership and others will like to hear from you in the coming hours or days. Looking forward, moving on to item 18, questions. And Councillor Hammer has her hand up. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. Through you, I do have a question for Commissioner Dykstra, and it's regarding fireworks. I think we all are aware that over the Victoria Day weekend, we all received significant community input regarding the excessive private fireworks, and it's even started this past weekend again. So I wondered if you could tell us what are the plans for Canada Day and the weekend to try to mitigate the community impact, and what improvements might we be able to consider and look forward to that staff can bring back to council. And the third part of my question, I'll ask it all at once, is what's the impact, or what are the opportunities for us to work collaboratively with municipalities around us to make a difference in our area?
Thank you, Councillor Hamner. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
All right. Through the mayor to yourself, Just want to, on the first question, just what are we doing in preparation on this holiday weekend? Want to advise council that a press release was issued today advising residents to limit firework celebrations and be respectful of neighbors this Canada Day, and speaks to avoiding fireworks past 11 p.m., remembering fire safety, also noting that pandemic limitations are still in place, and putting a focus on celebrating virtually as well. I also note that our educational outreach on the topic via a Google Classroom from our fire prevention team will be happening this week, and it'll be a live presentation followed by the presentation being recorded and shared and uploaded to our website. A further work that our Chief Heptich has done, he has reached out to the National Fireworks Association to engage on vendor and user best practices, and we will be working with them and obtaining some of their media outreach initiatives and retweeting those messages as well. And a final note, our bylaw staff will be on duty to respond to any complaints, and they're available over the weekend 24/7. And just noting in terms of what we could do as from a staff perspective, it's really around the bylaw improvements that we could consider to tighten a bit. We have looked at that. And an example could be the 7-day window on either side could be reduced, as well as considerations on prohibiting use after 11 p.m. Those could be tabled. So I'm proposing that staff could come back with a report in September noting these and other potential bylaw housekeeping improvements. And just on your final question about working with area municipalities, definitely something that we do on a regular basis, as you know, but in this case, just looking at their bylaws, if there's best practices or wording within their bylaws to glean those and implement those in our response back in September, but also just look at any broader collaboration on the issues and any concerns and connect with them as well. So I trust that gives you the overview and follow up on your question.
Thank you. Yes, it does. I just have a small follow-on, and that's just advising or information that we can give to residents. Lots of the concerns are that the fireworks are being set off on school properties or even in parks, that small city parks. So what's our best course in those cases for residents who are concerned about that?
Yeah, and that those are concerns that they should direct our way and through municipal enforcement if those occurrences, and they're seeing those on those public lands. And that number I can note here for the general public is 519-570-9777 for our after-hours support, which I anticipate that's when that'll be occurring. So bylaws there to assist on those public land occurrences where people are showing up to launch there, and we can provide follow-up on those occurrences.
Thank you very much for the overview, and I do look forward to receiving the staff recommendations back, hopefully early in the fall, so that we can be looking at our best way of helping people to be good neighbors and be respectful of not only the pandemic situation that we're in, but also respectful of others around them. So thank you. I appreciate you taking this on with staff. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I see Councillor Bodley has his hand up as well. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you to Councillor Hamner for bringing this forward. I know, as she stated, many of us got numerous complaints or concerns around Victoria Day, and hopefully folks are going to be more respectful in a few days, but certainly appears to be time for us to be reviewing that bylaw. So just a follow-up comment for Commissioner Dykstra or to the bylaw team as well, and perhaps this is maybe a question. I know in some circumstances we have environmentally sensitive areas where we would not, for example, issue a permit on public lands if even a neighborhood association wanted to set them off. And yet I don't think our bylaw actually has any commentary about the restriction of fireworks in private areas that are near environmentally sensitive areas. And I think specifically in my ward of the folks who are near the ESPA 19. I'm wondering if that's something that could be considered as bylaw staff are potentially bringing something forward to us in the fall.
Through the mayor to Councillor Bodley, yes. Thanks for bringing that point forward. I'm glad to work with staff on that point and see where we can come back. So yeah, acknowledging that consideration, and yes, don't believe that's in our current bylaw, but something we can definitely look into and report back on.
Awesome. Thank you.
And thank you, Commissioner Dykstra, for taking the lead on those questions. Seeing no further questions, I'll move on to new business. Does any council member have new business? Hearing none, I will look to a set of bylaws we have here, A, B, C, and D. Would anyone I mean, like to move the bylaws?
I seriously want to move the bylaws, Mayor Jaworski. It's
You
Councillor
go ahead.
Freeman. Councillor Freeman here. I'd like to move the bylaws as printed.
Excellent. First mover advantage.
And I'll vote in
for them?
favor. Yep, I'll vote in
Excellent.
favor.
Councillor Henry seconds the bylaws and votes in favor.
Councillor Bonagor in favour.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Bodley shares the bylaw love and votes in favor.
And I think that's it. Then over to me. Mayor votes in favor too. The bylaws carry unanimously with those of us who are here. With that, we need to adjourn. Ward 1, Ward 2.
Councillor Hanmer, I move that we adjourn the meeting and I vote in favor.
Councillor Bodley seconds and votes in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonagor in favour.
And the mayor is in favor of everybody getting the first vaccine, second vaccine, and having some respectful time with family and friends once things open up again. And I vote in favor as well. So with that, thank you all very much. Big day today and lots accomplished. And thank you all for being so concise with your questions and your responses. It worked out well. Thank you all.